What's going on, Maxi?
I'm good. I think this is like the third try of getting enough time to record this podcast.
Yeah, we were supposed to do this last week. Both of us came up with something. Honestly, I needed a break. And then yesterday, my break kind of continued. And then you was like, well, I can't do nothing. And then the person who I'm gonna interview as I build up some interviews, he actually canceled too. So I just took Monday off. But you know what? There's a lot to talk about. And you know what I don't want to talk about? I'd rather go bash my head into a wall multiple times right now. And that's Sportsman and sponsorship. But we do have a lot to talk about. And we're just going to be chatting this podcast. So with that said, let's drop that intro. And I did add something to the intro. So there we go.
Nitro is the glory, but Ebuggy pays the bills. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast. Get ready for some serious bench racing. But be warned, we speak our minds, express our thoughts, and sometimes things can get a little rowdy.
Hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, the hate coming from the right.
And let's get back to more club racing and less of this grabbing races.
It's hard not to be arrogant when you're always right. You know?
See what I mean? That's exactly why people call you arrogant, Max.
You may not agree with everything we say, but it's definitely worth a listen.
And our pick, can you stop whatever you're doing?
Join your host, Lefty the Great, with co-hosts and guests as they get together to chat RC.
Hey, after that race that I watched this morning, I have to talk about it.
Here we go. $100 right here, $100 throw. Oh no! I like this.
Yes, indeed. Nitro's the glory, but Ebuggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 270 of the No Name RC podcast. Our second podcast so far this year between Max and I. I'm your host, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and over to my retro left, right, same difference, is the arrogant one, the professor of everything, Maximus Mort. Or as now we're going to change his name to ICEP. And well, Max, it's good to see you, good buddy. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
I'm going to tell you the story how that triggered a lot of people too. IC and EP, and it's a running joke right now. But we are back. This is our second show together of 2024. As you guys know, I was traveling for 3 weeks. Came home last week. We tried to do some. We tried to get into the booth. Both of us had things come up and we couldn't do it. And we took the weekend off. So thank you, Max, for your time. Thank you to everybody out there as well who supports us, the No Name RC podcast crew, the squad, the NNRC squad around the world. We cannot do this without your support. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you to everybody who bought some t-shirts from us. In our travels, we still have lots of t-shirts, white ones and black ones like this. And we're working on our Ebuggy Pays the Bills logo. Danny Paz I got one from my buddy Dana, and we're just going to doctor it up a little bit. Danny says it's going to work his magic with that. So we'll see how that goes. So we will have some Ebuggy Pays the Bills shirts at some point. And thank you to all the YouTube members and patrons. We saw a video of that just now in the introduction. If you wish to support the podcast a little bit further financially, you can. Links for the YouTube membership as well as the Patreon are in the written description of this podcast. You will get early release of this podcast and other special little perks throughout the year. It's 2024. We kind of have the same sponsors. We've still got a few more spots open. So if you're a company interested in advertising on the podcast, you can hit us up and find out some of our tiers. They are invisiblespeed.net, which the book is now shipping. I'm actually going to get one of them. I see they're red. So that's pretty cool. The new 2.0 book. Thank you to High Tech RC for their continued support. We now have Corsatec USA, which is hefty. It's some Podal USA, but now he's switching over to Corsatec USA. So you can go to Corsatec USA for all your Corsatec needs. Sidewinder Fuel, Mayako, Beach RC, Techno RC, Clinic RC, Stacked RC, RaceCraft USA, Call RC. Shout out to Elite RC Productions, which is the company that we do the streams for. House of RC, RCGP. Our drivers, David Ronnefalk, Jared Tebow, Robert Badier, Alexander HagBerg, Matty G, Pekko Ivanen as well. We're adding Pekko to that. We're also going to say shout out to Donovan RC for all their support, as well as SJ Racing. If you need to get some cars built up, go check out my boy Gene Sharp Jr., SJ Racing. And of course, RC Body Armor, because I like Brent. He's Brent Jackson's cool dude. I like his small products that he's made. And he really gets a real passion about RC. Go check out those companies. We have links for these companies in the written description of this podcast. Some of them are affiliate links, some of them coupon codes to save you some money. So check them out. And yeah, let them know that you heard about it from the No Name RC podcast. And real quick, I do have some shout outs. Happy birthday. Borak Killick had a birthday. McCoy Martin, young gentleman that I met at the Florida Carpet Championships. Mason Fuller, the Iceman. Richard Vasquez. Jason Scraffler, Chad Cup, Jorge Cuevas, Brad Clifford, who actually he gave this to me. It's a transform. I went up to he's the RD at World of RC, the first race I went to, and there's I know you collect action figures and you go, what, this is in a box. I actually figured out how to transform it this morning. Don't ask me to transform it back right now because I couldn't do it. But thank you. It was in a box. I unboxed my little girl unboxed it, and it's Starscream. So thank you, Brad. Happy birthday to you. Josh Parrish, Tim Wainwright down in Australia, and everybody's favorite X-Ray's father, John Skidmore. Happy birthday to you guys. If I missed your birthday, I do apologize about that. But there were a lot of birthdays out there. And if you celebrated a birthday, happy birthday to you. I hope you enjoyed it. You know, now you have nothing else to look forward to the rest of the year because you was born in January. Pretty much. You know, your excitement's done. The next big thing for you is Christmas. I think it's best to be born like mid-year, July, like me. You know, have a lot to look forward to in July, and then you don't have long for Christmas.
Yeah, I do agree. I think beginning of the year is tough.
It is. This is right after Christmas. So you're like, I think the only other thing could be like being born right on Christmas. Like, you know?
Yeah. Oh, that must be awful.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what's even worse though?
What's that?
Leap day.
Oh yeah, being born on a leap day, like February 29th or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, no leap years this year, I don't think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, every fourth year.
I can't remember.
So really, you're like 30, but you're only 16.
Yeah.
But all good, Max. Really good to have you in here. Happy New Year. I know it's now what we're recording is the 30th of January. Lots has been going on. Obviously, I traveled. You know, I came off the 5-week stint, and then I was home for 3 weeks. Then I went back for 3 weeks, and it started out as usual road trip up to Lucama, North Carolina, with Danny Paz. I want to say to World of RC, which was a great facility. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Then we went to, after that, it was SIC, which was my first SIC, which turned out to be some very great racing. That's probably what we're going to talk about the most was SIC. Congratulations to Brandon Rose for that impressive win. It was very impressive. And then the first round of the Florida RC Championships, which was also very impressive with the amount of people that showed up. That race kind of sold out in 90 seconds, and it was a threat of rain, and it was almost going to be canceled. But it was awesome to see the people come out and support that. So we will talk about that in my travels. Max, you have been busy with school. You've been busy with Mayako. You've been busy with a lot of things. Give us a quick synopsis on how 2024 has been treating you so far.
Well, I think I've never done as much stuff as I've done in the last 4 weeks, you know? Like, I've been doing school, like, every day. At the same time, you know, designing the Truggy, trying to get everything finalized for production, for the MVC production. Then, you know, preparing the Finnish National Series, because for the Finnish National Series, I'm kind of the I guess chairman or whatever you want to call it, representative. So I have to prepare the rules, all the info, everything for the series, and then try to also do stuff other than that. So it's been really busy. But I think now maybe and I'm also working, so working at for the school. So I'm doing a few days a week there.
So what are you doing at the school then?
Oh, for my studies, I'm doing my bachelor's thesis. I don't know if I've told the topic, but it's going to be the effect of microshot peening and blasting to residual stresses and surface quality of 3D printed metal parts. That's the title. I just wanted to see your face when I said it out loud. Because it's long.
I kind of blanked out as soon as you just yeah.
But that I've been doing that, and then also finishing up on all the courses as I'm hopefully graduating as a bachelor this spring. And then
Speaking of Mayako, who's one of our sponsors, I see that the Ebuggy has released and a nitro buggy as well, but like a spec, not like the full team version, but more like a production version. Tell us a little bit about that, please.
Yeah. So basically, what's now with I'll start with the nitro buggy. Basically, what's the deal with that is Mayako now offers, the NPC specific kit, as well as sort of this standard kit. So can't remember how the naming now went. I should have prepared for this, but I think the MX8R is the version that anyone can buy, and this will be on sale on every single shop. So this is the standard version. For the NPC drivers, you have the option to get the slightly more adjustable version. So for example, the MX8R, that one has black anodized parts. There's less tuning options, and it's more of a simple design. I think it's actually just MX8, not MX8R.
All right. So it's just more basic design.
Yeah. So basically, instead of having all sorts of bushings, that like eccentric bushings and stuff, you have a much more simple solution. Like for some parts, they might be more durable and so on. But this is kind of the basic car. And then we also have, a car for the NPC drivers, which have a lot more of these special parts. So this is, and also the thing about the NPC car is you're able to, customize it for yourself when you order it as a member. So I think this is the main difference for these two. So effectively, if you're a member, you're more interested in like setup, you are more into it, you have the option to do so. But for the people who just want a car, we offer the standard version of the car with not as much tuning options, but it offers the most essential parts of the car.
Tell real quick, tell me in a nutshell a little bit about the Ebuggy. And it's taken a very long time for this to come out. Like it was supposed to be out like a year ago. It's out. Is it adjustable? Like, can it be saddle pack as well as regular style?
No. So we opted for just keeping the standard layout that we had. Personally, I've been testing different setups, and also, other drivers, Pekko and Robert, I think they have tested the different designs. But for now, we felt the, let's say, safest or overall best layout we have was the, let me share my screen so I can present it to for those who are watching this.
Well, give me a reason why you did that. Why? What was the reason for not liking the saddle pack? Because it seemed to be a popular option. I know a lot of people were using it. I know Tebow was using it at one point. So what was the reasoning for that?
Yeah, so basically, we opted for this layout because we felt that this was overall the best layout. So I personally do think the saddleback is a good option, and I think we will be testing it during this year for sure. But for now, we have had good success with this layout. For example, David, he won the DNC with it. Robert has been doing decently well with the standard buggy, as well as Pekko. He's been doing pretty much the same level as he's doing with Nitro with his e-buggy. So I don't think it's the saddleback layout is not necessarily like a huge gain in performance, but rather a different style. So, and like if we look at if you run this chassis with the LCG long pack, the center of gravity is not actually that different. So the main difference comes down to the center dislocation and weight balance. This one is just even a slight bit more centralized, but a little bit heavy to the right hand side of the car, depending on which battery you run. So I think this is overall still the most safe layout out there. The easiest car to drive.
So I saw a lot of people asking about receiver boxes. So something about receiver boxes or something like that.
Yeah, I was actually personally, I wasn't involved in the final decisions of the e-buggy production, more like the testing and so on. So the let me get you a picture of the layout again. Yeah. So basically, the reason why there is no receiver box is because, first of all, it's in my opinion at least, it's quite unnecessary. I have not ran a receiver box in a long time, and I think it's in the end just extra weight there, because you can still attach everything with double-sided tape. I do understand the issue with too long wires of the servo as such, but that's usually quite easy to handle. However, the option was that for people who wanted the receiver box, they would be offered a 3D printed version of the receiver box. So I think this is, in my opinion, the best compromise out there, because for most races it isn't needed, even though it's kind of in the past been the norm.
Where would you mount the receiver box? Backer of the motor, I guess?
No, the receiver box would mount next to the servo. There is already on the servo plate, there is a box where you could attach the receiver box. So it's built in. So it's not something like that hasn't been thought, but it's rather, it was a choice not to manufacture one. Because this allows us more flexibility for the future as well.
Okay, got you. All right, well, good stuff. I guess these are available soon. I guess in America they'll be available in February, I was told. So good stuff.
Yeah, they are already available for pre-order from service centers, and for MPC members they have been available for a while.
All right, cool. I need to get me one. I need to get one. I want to get one of each, because I want to make my corn car that still isn't finished. That's gonna be my shelf queen car, and then I want to get one for my son, and I want to get an e-bug and stuff. I'm planning on taking him again this summer to go race. All right, so we do have a lot of RC news to get onto. I say we get right into the nitty-gritty of all of that, but before that, we do have to say some thank you to some sponsors. And of course, we want to say thank you to invisiblespeed.net. The books are shipping. The English version of the books are shipping, all red. I'm going to order one myself to have one on her. Maybe I'll talk to JQ about giving away one at some point. We'll see how generous he feels about that. I know he wants to come on the podcast to talk about one of the topics that we're going to talk about today. But with that said, you can go to invisiblespeed.net. Sign up for the online course. We have an affiliate link for that helps us out. And all you guys that did do that, thank you very much. You will be getting your and pre-order the book. You'll be getting them very shortly.
Stop scrolling, you wannabe Lewis Hamilton. Learn something new with invisible speed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling.
Stop scrolling. Stop scrolling. Oh, guess what, Max? New graphic I just got from Danny. Check it out. Yeah, man, that's a cool intro. Thank you, Danny Paz, for your hard work. Also, the RC news is brought to you by High Tech RC. High Tech is coming on strong and in charge in 2024 with the introduction of their new suite of battery chargers, the RDX2, the 200, the RDX2 800, and the RDX4. Depending on your charger needs, High Tech has you plugged in with the power, multiple flexibility, and the ultimate reliability you require. You can find links for all the new chargers in the written description of this podcast, or you can go to Amen, I believe they sell them, or go to hightechrc.com/where to buy to get them. Thank you, High Tech, for all their support. I do know that they are coming out with some new servos here shortly as well. So thank you very much. Also, I wanted to say thank you to everybody that's inquired about this race that's coming up real quick, and I will be there, and I can't wait. That is the International Buggy Challenge. All right, everybody that wants to join me at the International Buggy Challenge at the Ebuggy Arena in Barcelos, Portugal. Let's go. I know a few guys from Bermuda are going. I know a lot of guys from South America are going. My buddy Toby Handsome's talking about going from, he's actually booked up and ready to go, I believe. And we are looking forward to that. Speaking of Toby Hanson, I know we forgot to put it on our notes, but Motor Rome is coming up. We'll talk about that in a bit too. And also, I'll be staying for the Ebuggy World Cup, which is happening in, I can't remember it's a different track, but I will be staying in Portugal for 2 weeks to go do that as well. There'll be full coverage of both events. And remember, the Ebuggy World Cup is the thing before the actual Ebuggy World Championship that will be taking place next year at the Ebuggy Arena in Barcelos, Portugal. Thank you to everybody for their support. I look forward to seeing everybody in Portugal in March, Easter time. All right, Max. So lots of crazy news been going on. I think two things that have triggered people the utmost in the last 2 weeks have been the new Roar Truggy body shell, or as we say in America, the new bodies from Bruggy to Truggy. Jared Tebow and his sponsorship post, which is nothing new. We've been saying that about sponsorship for a long time. So I guess we might as well rip the Band-Aid right off and go right into the whole Roar and Truggy rules with the reverting back to the old school body over the shock tower, which you always wanted, you Charlie Mack, and I was against because I just wanted to piss off Charlie Mack more than anything. But I would have to say I do agree. After watching these trucks at SIC again and really having a look at them, it's getting harder and harder to tell whether these are buggies or not nowadays with this new body. And at some point, like when it's smoky and I'm looking out there and I'm like, I have to really look and say, is that a Truggy or a buggy out there? So for me, I'll be honest with you, I don't really care as much as maybe some people do. But hey, I'm happy that Roar took a stance and they're sticking by it. And oh my God, Did people lose their shit over this? Right? And I'm just like, everybody says they want rules and they want this and they want that. But as soon as a rule's made, everybody loses their shit. Right? Is it the right rule? I don't really care. Is it going to make a difference between Truggy and Bruggy, what we have now? And is it going to stop the evolution of the Bruggy becoming the eventual buggy class, which will be detrimental to the buggy class in the future? Absolutely. Because you should be, if your goal is to be the best driver out there in 1/8 scale, then you should be racing more like your buggy. It's going to make you a better overall racer. But that's a discussion for our rant later on. So, Max, you got your wish. You, Charlie Mack, and a few other people got your wish. Reverting back to old Truggy bodies. And I can tell you that people are not happy about this. Some people are very happy, and other people aren't happy. But for 2 weeks, I just saw people complain. I could barely see this. But anyway, I would need my glasses for this. So anyway, all right, Max, go ahead. Have your spiel on this.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a few things I think people have definitely not understood about this. So one is that specific measurements to be announced publicly within the next couple of months. Okay. So there is not yet a rule that states something is or is not illegal. The only thing is that the hood would be covered, would cover the front shocks, and it would have a truck bed. We don't really have any knowledge of what would the truck bodies look like. Okay, that was thing number one that I really wanted to bring up, because it seemed to me that people were really thinking that there was already a decided that, that it's going to be looking like this or whatever. No, there's not really any rules yet. There's just the process of starting to make rules. Now, also, the rules are going to be enforced for the first time ever in just about a year and a half. Okay, year and 6 months. Now, that's a long way away. If I remember correctly, around a year and 6 months ago was actually the first time we saw a Bruggy body. If I'm not totally wrong.
No, 2021. Before that, because Techno came out with their first version of the body, and that's kind of what inspired all of this in 2021 at the Nationals.
So it's around 3 years.
2 years.
Now. Yeah, 2 years now. 2-3 years between there when we saw it. So, just put that into perspective of how long of a time it's going to be before we're going to actually see a race who's enforcing this. Then another thing, at least BRCA had this rule before. I don't know if they took it away for this year, but they had this rule for at least the 2022 season. So it's not like there hasn't been a rule like this. And I think for last year's season, they did not have it. But the main reason most likely was that most manufacturers wasn't offering this body anymore. They was only offering the Bruggy body. I think there is two ways to look at this. One is, nice, we're going to get back to where Truggy was. But I'm not necessarily that positive, because I still don't think it's going to change the class that much. I had this rant. I don't know if it was the last podcast or the one before, but I had this rant about the fact that is the body ugly and over the front tower or ugly and behind the front tower doesn't necessarily, change the class in any way. And the cars are still the same, silliness about the class still exists. Now that could be fixed. And I have proposed a few solutions to this. One would be that we effectively create stadium trucks out of the Truggys. So we get rid of the rear wing. The rear wing would be, illegal. So you would be only able to use similar spoilers as in 10 scale stadium trucks. Now this would already make it look separate enough from a buggy, and it would jump very differently to a buggy. And I think this would be a very interesting rule change, because this would make the Truggies look actually, cool. It would look like the Truggies used to look like back in the day, and the whole rear end of the body shell could make sense. Another thing would be that the rules are written in a precise way. So currently in RC, there is not a single rule book that specifies things in terms of body shells very accurately. Everything they specify is just about, it has to look like this, it has to resemble a thing like this. And in the EFRA rule book, there's a sentence that goes something along the lines of, if running a Beetle body, the fenders of the car must cover at least 50% of the tire. So when have you seen a Beetle body on a buggy? You haven't. It's that was back in the
I did
90s.
see one I did see one. Josh Garber was actually running a Baja Beetle body. It looked cool on his Truggy, and I thought it was cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
But
no,
it was no body rules there. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. But anyway, so I think the only good way to go forwards is to design the rules so that they are specific, volume boxes, kind of like full-scale rules are done. So, for example, the hood must be minimum X amount of wide and maximum X amount of wide at a certain amount of height. And same for every single aspect of the body. Obviously, you can make it loose enough where the shape could be anything, but the approximate size of the body would still be the same. So there wouldn't be these, ridiculous looking bodies that we have already seen some. Like, for example, I remember the low seat truck, which looked like a boat. It just looked like a boat. It didn't look like a car. Then the other one was the Kyosho.
Oh, I think Kyosho's the one who started all of this, to be honest.
Yeah. I think actually that's true, because Kyosho did this body where it was basically a buggy body, but then they just raised up the cab of the body, and then they made this, very tight, bottle bottom looking front end, where it just about covered the front shocks. And I think that is the natural progression, that if there isn't this sort of volume box style rule set, that will happen. Because I think Kyosho came up with that body, Techno reacted and was like, what if we just don't cover the front shocks? And then everyone else followed suit. And I think that was just natural progression, not so much as a revolution in a sense. So yeah, I think one is to completely rethink the meaning of Truggy, because back in the day, Truggy was very different from a buggy, like appearance wise. It drove very different to a buggy because it was so, the whole, cab thing wasn't anything like, they didn't have a rear wing. It was sort of a big, truck looking thing that went around the track that was really wide. It had like a monster truck tires, and it drove very differently. But these days, it's essentially just a stretched out buggy. And now it has become very, like even to a ridiculous amount of obviousness of how much of a buggy it is. So I think now would be the point to take off the rear wing, make it look like a 8-scale stadium truck, and completely reinvent the class. So you wouldn't have these two similar classes, because to me, it's just ridiculous, like to have classes that are so similar, just a wide buggy basically currently. And even if you went back to the old rules, you could still go around the rules in so many ways that the people make the bodies look like buggies anyway.
All right. So I'm going to say something. Truggy, since its inception, has been a very controversial thing.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
If we think back when you was still probably 7 years old, back 2004, 2004 was when I first started seeing Truggies coming on. We were still racing stadium trucks, and I remember they're coming on. Basically, I made a Truggy way back in the day out of an MBX4. You had a conversion kit, you put monster truck tires on it, bigger Spurger. You know, it was fun. It wasn't a class, it was just for fun. Then people started racing them. Panther came out with this is similar. So this controversial, almost being a buggy type of thing is nothing new to Truggy. So back in the day, Panther used to make these low profile tires. They were called. They were used Komodo Dragons. They were like the competitor against the crime fighters. And basically what they were just a slightly bigger, slightly wider buggy tire that you could put on a buggy, and you did not have to change your gearing, right? You didn't have to put a big Spurger on there. You could run the stock gearing. Also, you still can to this day run up to a 0.28 in your Truggy, according to the rules. Then over the years, it was like different tire heights and what could be done and all this type of stuff. Now we've come to what we have now in the Truggy tire. We have a pretty universal size, what they look for, they work, and whatnot. And so now we're getting onto this body thing. Come 2021, Techno and was the first company to really push the issue at the Raw Nationals. Jeff Parker, who just caved in and let it be accepted that year. And then we saw, and nothing, I mean, I will say this, Techno didn't do anything wrong because they were just pushing the limits of the rule, right? Should it have been allowed at that Nationals? In hindsight, no, because we wouldn't be at this position that we're at now, right? But it was. And then I remember that people were literally just using buggy bodies on their trucks that weekend, you know? And I personally didn't really care. And I've argued with you a lot of times saying it's the progression. But as I've gotten to go to these races and seen these trucks more and more, I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a point where this is going to be the new buggy, and we can't allow that, right? In my opinion, we can't allow that. Raw decided to take a stance on this. It pissed off some people. It pissed off some manufacturers. But you know who I don't really see like making a whole bunch of noise? It's like J Concepts. They're just kind of like, yeah. So now we got to make another body to sell to people because everybody wants rules. Do the rules apply to them? And in the same breath, a person would say, we need a ranking system and we need this and we need that. Well, that has to start with a set of rules that people agree to. And here you are freaking out and going apeshit crazy over a buggy change to a class that I might add is not a world championship class. I don't ever see Nitro Truggy being a world championship class. I can see E-Truggy being a world championship class because they'll just add it along with the E-Buggy class. And I think that E-Truggy is more popular. Well, you know what? And everybody wanted rules and this and that. Well, here's Raw. They put down there. Now everyone's gonna say, well, Keenan, you're a Raw fanboy because you're cool with Clayton and all that type of guys. Well, we were the biggest, most vocal people that criticize Raw for everything that they done. Now here they are having the balls to make a rule, stick by it, and write something that was done wrong in the previous tenure of the organization. So I just had this conversation with a buddy of mine, and I say this and I stick by this, and there's no offense to my American friends. American RC's been so long without a proper governing body that no rules are the rules, right? And as soon as you try to implement a rule, people go crazy, right? Well, what's going to happen? But yet people want Raw regionals. They want this. They want races to be affiliated with Raw. They want referees. They want this. They want all that. So what happens when all of that starts happening? So we go to Race Time. Now Race Time releases a statement. Now Race Time is not a Raw affiliated race. And I want to back up just a second. 90% of the people that race Truggy will not be affected by this. I do not think we'll see local tracks implementing this unless they're a Raw affiliated track, which then they would have to. But like, I just don't see this happening. Like, Race Time is like, do you think that Joey's going to stop? DNC's going to do the same thing? No, they're not. Silver State, no. Race Time is not. So Racetime made a statement. Now, I will say that Racetime does not, this is funny, whether you're full-bodied or a slim little racy thing, we don't discriminate. We love you all, and you're welcome at our events. But that's Racetime stance. They don't really have any, they don't do tech, they don't do any of this stuff. And I think that for the survival of Buggy, this has to happen. Now, does this affect Truggy, hardcore Truggy drivers that are going to go to Racetime entertainment races? Obviously, no. But I will say this. A lot of people want to have a national series or a series of events based off current races, which I totally agree with. And we are doing something similar like that with our virtual cup here. But in order for that to happen, and people will say, well, maybe Raw should go to these races and they can be officials and do tech and do refereeing and all this type of stuff. Well, abiding by this rule would mean that, right? So I don't know. What do you want? Do you want rules or do you want, and I say this, I've said it before. RC in America has been the wild, wild west for many years because there's not been any proper governing body. Now, Raw's trying to do things right, in my opinion, and stick to rules. People just losing their shit. I think people should just calm down. You have a year and a half to run your Truggy bodies as much as you want. Unless you're going to attend the Nationals next year, I don't think you have much to worry about. I honestly don't.
Yeah. And I have to second all what you said, but I want to add one aspect I saw a lot. People had this sort of weird misconception that, Roar hasn't been doing shit at all, and now they make this silly rule. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's why we wanted new people in there. That's why we all said that Roar was so shit, so that they would actually do something.
Yeah,
and
doing
now
something
people
means
are surprised.
Hey,
yeah,
I'm gonna take a quote from JQ, and it's a very common quote. In order to make an omelet, you must break a few eggs.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think, like, to kind of give another point of view to your point of what's going to happen to Buggy, it wouldn't be uncommon that let's say in the next 5 years, Truggy or something would become so popular that in America, actually the market would shift in a way where Truggy now would be the number one class because that would be the biggest selling point to the customer by the companies. And what that would make happen is that the whole Euro-US rivalry, that would be even more under stress because the Europeans would not run Truggy. That would just not happen. The Europeans would stick to running Buggy, but Americans would most likely start to switch towards running Truggy. So that's the whole point of what Keenan's saying, that for Buggy to stay alive, Buggy is going to stay alive because we have IFMAR and such that don't really change stuff. But Buggy in America, it could very well be under threat because at some parts, especially when professional races are not very there aren't very many professional racers, so the RTR market, all of these things like this will take much bigger of a stance in RC, even the competitive RC car marketing. Yeah, there is like the worst case scenario would be that in 5 years, Truggy would have become the only class to run in America because of a few things. One would be the companies can make more profit off of the tires. So the tires are bigger, you have easily much more profit off of it. Another thing would be that all those 150 different tire companies, they don't have Truggy tires. Most of them just have Buggy tires. So for someone like J Concepts, Proline, these big companies, for them it would actually be profitable to start to direct the market towards running Truggy because they can make a bigger profit, and they already have those products available and they know how to make them good. So those things would support switching to Truggy, and same with parts and so on. It's more profitable most likely to sell Truggy in the long term. So that's, to me, the wrong direction as a sport. And I think that's why, if we want to hold on to Truggy, it has to become something completely separate from buggy. And because this is the whole issue, like you said, back in the day, you had a monster truck class, but then people were trying to cut corners. Manufacturers didn't want to make cars, but people still wanted to run them. So people found ways to run their buggy as a monster truck. And this is exactly what they're doing now with Truggy. They're trying to find ways to make them as similar as possible, but still be within the class and be fast on track. And I think it's just a completely wrong direction. And I think this is the same has happened in Nitro on-road. We have the 8-scale class, we have the 10-scale class. Both are 4-wheel drive, both run foam tires, both have belt-driven systems, both have very similar engines. I don't know, there might be a small difference in the cubic centimeter size, but essentially everything is very similar. The only difference is the body shell and the slight width difference of the car. And I think overall, when you have like 10-scale touring that's already popular, and then you have the most like OG and original and the most prestigious on-road class, like looking back through the years, the 8-scale track on-road, why wouldn't the drivers like direct towards that class? And we have seen the 10-scale IC track class kind of, I don't want to say die out, but for sure the attendance at the Euros last year was weak. Not even Infinity participated in the 10-scale Euros. The World Series this year, maybe there will be participation now, but yeah, I think when the classes become too similar, the point of like, especially when the drivers are same, like there's no driver that doesn't run Nitro Buggy that runs there's no driver that runs Nitro Buggy that doesn't run Nitro Truggy. Wait, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but basically everyone who runs Buggy, everyone who runs Truggy already runs Buggy. That's what I'm trying to say. So basically it's the same drivers, a very minimalistically different car. And now it's only down to the manufacturers and, the marketing and so on to make a difference of which one would be the more popular one. And I think to prevent this, the only thing that we could do is to drastically try to pull these classes away from each other. And that would only happen by changing the Truggy, because the Buggy is just so much more established class. And that's why my suggestion would be to make it sort of an 8-scale stadium truck. Yeah, that was a tangent, but I swooped right back in there. I think this is in my opinion, this is the only way to go where Truggy makes sense in my mind.
I just kind of wanted to finish on this because I know all the people in come out there, you guys are anti-Truggy and blah, 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 blah. Look, I am not anti-Truggy. I have a Truggy right there. It's been broken for like many, many years now because I don't have a track to run it. I am not anti-Truggy. I enjoy driving it, but I enjoy, and it's if you love Truggy where you only run Truggy, that's fine too. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying it's not fun, but if you go and talk to the majority of these top pro guys, Truggy is yes, they got contingency and stuff like that. It's a filler class. They want to win it because they don't want to lose anything. They don't want to lose at nothing. But if you look, the most prestigious and the most glorious race to win in RC, period, is Nitro Buggy. And then after that, it's 2-wheel drive, right? It's if you talk to any of these pro guys, they'll trade in a lot of their Truggy wins to get one Buggy win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Should it be a world class? Should it be and also people have to understand that Truggy is now I have to regress because I know that the Germans have a Truggy class. I know that England, Spain, France, people do run Truggy, but not on this scale that is run in the USA. We are not anti-truck. I am not anti-truck. I know you are, but I'm not. I think it's fun, but I just think people have to understand what it is. It's a filler class for these big races that started out for people to get more runtime. And you go to a race like DNC and you get 3 5-minute practices, you have to run Truggy, you have to run Ebuggy because you need to get the practice in there. It's not a world champ. It's not a world championship. Maybe it will be one year. Maybe it will be one day, and I think it's going to be Truggy before Nitro Truggy, just because it's easier. But it's nothing wrong with you liking Truggy. But if your goal in the end, because I say this all the time, I'm seeing too many guys. When I was a JQT manager, look at my Truggy results. Now we don't have a Truggy at JQ, so that doesn't matter. Look at my Truggy results. Amen. Well, where's your Nitro Buggy results? Bottom of the C. You should drive your truck. You would benefit from driving your Nitro Buggy more. And that applies to Ebuggy too. If you like Truggy, that's fine. That is fine. I have no issue with that. But it's not a world championship class. Simple. Will it be? Who knows? Does it need some rules? Yeah. Raw put their foot down. They're making a rule. Stop crying. Get back to the regular body. If you like Truggy that much, you'll still like it with the regular body as well. That's how I'm looking at it. You know what, Charlie Mac? You won. To the Trugginer, who I can't call him the Brugginer anymore. Kudos to you. As Keith David would say, you won it. We spent enough time on this. I know what people think about this, but let us know in the comments what you think about this. I know a lot of people won't agree with us. I actually do like the way you're thinking. Eliminate the rear wing. I just don't see that happening. Because that rear wing saves so many people from crashes and destroying bodies and all that stuff. But I definitely would like to see some distinction. It has to be some distinction between a Bruggy and a Truggy, and not just. I'm telling you, man, it's getting hard to tell the difference out there. It is getting hard to tell the difference out there.
Yeah, and let me actually pull back on the screen the Kyosho body. For those who are watching on YouTube, like, if we go back like a few years before the Bruggy thing, I don't think this body looks like, a Truggy body. Like, I can't, like, honestly be like, hey, this resembles a truck. I don't say that it's not fast or whatever. I do think personally it's a little bit ugly, but that's 100% subjective. But objectively, this does not look much separate from a buggy body. So I think the whole distinction between, hey, we should have a buggy and a Truggy class, like, I do not see the point when the difference between the classes is one is a tiny bit wider with bigger tires.
And also,
I think,
go ahead.
Like, to me, it's just like, obviously it's hard to put the toothpaste back in the
into the tube.
Yeah, you can't put the toothpaste back into the tube, but I feel like a lot of this, I feel like the sole reason why there is Truggy is what you just explained, that's an extra $100 every time you go to a big race, and that's an extra $800 to every manufacturer, because if you want to drive these big races, you have to have at least 2 cars, so you get a reasonable amount of track time. Is it a bad thing, or like, is it a fully bad thing? Not necessarily. I think it's good that people can have different cars, but does it produce a situation where people have to spend more money to have the equal amount of fun? Yes, I believe so. And I just think the way of racing would be better if there was less classes, and also it would cut down costs for so many.
That's a tangent we're not going on. That's I'm gonna kumquat you right there. Kumquat.
I know, but
kumquat means no more talking about it.
No, but
Safe word.
I wanna have a nice ending to this story.
You don't know the meaning of safe word.
I know, but I know the meaning of safe word, but I think I want to end it, like a smooth end. So overall, I think Truggy class has its place. What the hell are you playing?
Give yourself $2.
I think Truggy class has its place, but not in RC as it currently is. I think we already have, an excess amount of classes, like in on-road and so on. But now I think, this whole discussion about Truggy, I think we should be also discussing the meaning of the class, not just the body. And that's why I'm bringing this up.
I'll say this, and a lot of people said there's other things that we need to focus on to fix in RC, and I agree with that. But you know what? I think that RC just failed a big litmus test. And that was, here, we're going to make a rule, we're going to stand by it. And everybody lost their shit. So that shows me, as a whole, we ain't ready to have everything else that everybody wants. First, we got to learn to accept rules and abide by them and understand that they need to be there. That to me, that's what this showed me more than anything. We ain't ready. We ain't ready to have referees because we're not going to be happy with what that referee says. We ain't ready for this. When I say we, I'm talking more, and I'm talking more about American RC, because this is where this focus is on, and this is the area of RC that's been lawless, or like the Wild West, for the last 20 years. It's not. It's not this. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not doing this. My observations of going to many of these races and being there over the last 5, 6 years, 7 years. We ain't ready. We just failed. I'm including myself in there. We just failed a big litmus test. All this kicking shit and making all this noise of a freaking body, right? That for a class that isn't even a world championship class. So what happens when, hey, you got to be a member if you want to do this race and do this type of stuff? And yeah, that was, you know what? First test of 2024 as a community, the way we acted towards that was a fail, in my opinion. People can voice their opinions. There's nothing wrong with that. But you wanted rules and regulations, well, here's a rule. That's like you said, that's exactly what we wanted Raw to do. Sometimes there's going to be rules we don't like, but it's for the betterment of everything, like I think in the end. But if you want to complain and you want to do this and you want to cause a scene over one little rule that has no effect, has a very small effect on a very small genre of RC, as a RC industry community, we failed that first test. All right, Max, let's move on to our next subject, which I do begrudgingly, and I'd rather stick toothpicks underneath my fingernails and chew on rocks than talk about this. And I got involved in a conversation on Facebook, and it's been a hot mess. And this has been a conversation that happens every time after a race time event, that people equate to sandbagging and Sportsman and all this type of stuff. And it's about Sportsman drivers being sponsored. Now, while I was at SIC, Jared Tebow wrote up a post, and you posted this on our NNRC Facebook. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I did not read all of this because kind of when I'm on the road, this stuff kind of glasses me over. And when I do have time off, I'm kind of either just trying to relax or something. So give us a little gist about what Jared said. I know famed Wolf Racing Rob Isaac also released a statement about he's not going to allow anybody on his team to run Sportsman and all this type of stuff. And I'll have my thoughts on this afterwards.
Yeah. So basically what happened was, you see 18th of January, this is around the time of SIC. Like Jared made this post which blew up. I think there's probably over 1,000, likes on this post or something. And I mean, there's 120 comments just in our share of this post. So it definitely got people talking. And basically it was that he doesn't want to sponsor drivers that run Sportsman. Like he doesn't believe that drivers that run Sportsman should be sponsored by JTP. And that is, in my opinion, a decent stance. I don't really have anything against it. I'm not 100% for it because I don't really believe sponsorship should be defined by which class you run, but we're going to talk about that more later on. But in this post, I kind of wanted to paint a picture of what the whole sponsorship model does to RC, because Sportsman should be the class where people run for fun. That should be the class that people who are new to the hobby or just really don't run enough to be competitive or don't want to be competitive, they can run this class. So it doesn't really make sense for them to be sponsored, because like when you start putting in the effort, you shouldn't really run Sportsman anymore. That's my opinion. And the issue with this is currently, as everyone is sponsored, we have this market system where retail and MSRP prices are inflated by anything between 10 to 30%. And most people have, you know, a 20% discount. Some have a 50% discount. So effectively, the lowest end of the sponsorship drivers, they are paying what the retail price would in a natural market be. But the difference is that this is a marketing strategy and a commitment strategy by the company to lock these people in for a brand that they kind of, at least per their contract, they are not allowed to run other brands, competing brands, you know? So they lock these customers in to a contract. And yeah, I think it's overall, it's a okay thing to do to get sponsorships. And if you're really passionate about the company you're being sponsored by, and that makes you afford your hobby, go for it. I think you have absolutely the right to be sponsored, and I don't think it's morally better to not be sponsored than to be sponsored. But the issue here is that a lot of the people who go for sponsorship don't really look at it as in, oh, hey, I want to run for this brand and I want to promote it. Hence, I'm going to get sponsorship. And in return, I can actually, because of a monetary situation, like put more time into this hobby that I love. You know, that's a perfectly fine stance morally, in my opinion. But the issue in my head comes when people only go for the sponsorships for the discount. And the people think that the sponsorship is about them. You know, they think that the whole point of being sponsored is that the company sees some potential in you that you have in the future. For 99% of the people, that's not really the case. For really young drivers, for sure, most kids get sponsored more than their current skill level is, because kids have a much steeper progression curve, and that's natural. You should support kids as a company if you want them to become your, you know, top drivers and so on. But that's a very small part of the sponsorship. Like I'd say 90% of people who are sponsored just to be contracted customers. The remaining 9%, apart from the kids that are sponsored because they provide some value to the company. So they either help people at the track, they make good content on social media, or they promote the brand in some other way. And that kind of brings us to the next point, which is what friend of the show, Roach, Kate Williams, wrote on his Facebook today.
That's right.
Was, in my opinion,
go to Roach RC, hit that like, sub, and
yeah,
because he has a very good channel. He makes some very good videos. Very soft-spoken kid.
yeah,
he thinks a lot when he talks.
Yeah, he's quite new to RC still, but every time I see something from him, or I've obviously been on his channel before, and like I've talked with him, and I give him a lot of respect, because unlike most people today, he's not that quick to jump into conclusions unless he knows, he understands.
And that's right, kid. You had Max on your show, but you haven't had me. It's all right.
Oh, yeah.
It's all right, kid. It's all right.
But okay, to the actual topic. So he pointed out, I think, what I didn't even realize really that was missing from this equation, that people don't really understand what sponsorship is these days. I think this paragraph is amazing, from Kate, and I'm gonna read it for you here. So he writes that back in the days, RC was all word of mouth and some commercials of TV here and there. And as a result, the only people who had any sway or influence on the RC racing scene were people who made it into the big show. These days, I shouldn't have to say things are very, very different, And he says any rando with a camera or a microphone and an okay idea of how to do the video, which he refers to as himself, can gain a lot of reach regardless of what spot they place it. And the next paragraph, he says, put some more examples of what was the last time Mark Santamaria made the big show at a race time event? When was the last time Kevin Dalwood was in the final at the BRC event? When was the last time, like, Lefty even drove an RC car? All of these guys are probably could be sponsored by any brand if they chose to run like races, and they are. And that has nothing to do with their skill level. Do you really sincerely believe if Lefty came in to run a race with 100% sponsorships, maybe even some brand could pay Lefty to run their car? Do you really sincerely believe he should be running pro because he has 100% chassis sponsorship? Of course not. He should be absolutely a sportsman. And I'd say after this break, you should probably be a novice. So
Wow.
I think to hammer in the point here, the sponsorship isn't about your skill. It has really never been about your skill, apart from young children who, could one day become pro. But that's again a very niche part of the sponsorship market. But for most people who get sponsored, the whole thing is about, if I give you a product worth of this much, how much exposure does it give to the company? That's how, even for the pro drivers, it works. That's why Adam Drake is sponsored by Mugen and Ryan Mayfield is not, The whole difference is for them, Adam put in more value for the money they paid him.
Well, Mugen did tell Ty Tessman. We didn't see an increase when Ryan Mayfield joined him. We didn't see a decrease in sales when he left. So, by the way, there's video of me driving a nitro buggy at Fall Brawl. Thank you, Kevin Winters, RC Jars. It was embarrassing. It sucked. I definitely want to drive again. That track was really hard. There was no traction. I needed Blake. Thank you, Blake, for letting me run your car. I ran that, and I ran Wilson's X-Ray. And I like the X-Ray better. The Mayako needed some work. All right. So this is a subject. Thank you, Cade, for those kind words. And I still want to be on your show. I'm so sick of this subject. So JTP, Fame Wolf, they made a post about this. I even think Clinic Tony made a post about this. So the whole Sportsman, not sponsoring Sportsman thing goes back to some archaic imaginary line that we had when sponsorship actually meant something. So sponsorship still has some weight. It should mean something. It should be something of value. It shouldn't be something that people just think they deserve to get. I think that it's something that it's an honor to have, right? So when I look at those posts by Jared and Fame Wolf and others who may think like this as a company, if that's your stance, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But I think that's just putting a Band-Aid over a broken arm, right? When the whole structure of sponsorship should be revisited, revamped, regulations, rules put into it, every manufacturer come into an agreement about certain things, and it should apply to everybody, not just people in Sportsman, because that guy in Sportsman right now in RC, he has the same right to be sponsored as the guy in Intermediate, right? It's no difference, right? There are people that are sponsored that cannot get around a track, but they know how to set up a car. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There are people out there that are very great ambassadors of a brand. They promote that brand. They believe in that brand. And that's good too, right? My rules and regulations comes to the outright abuse of sponsorship by both the racer and the manufacturer. So instead of that manufacturer at a race trying to impress and steal 2 or 3 drivers from one company, that's their focus. The brands aren't thinking on a big picture of, hey, forget all of that. I ain't got to worry about that. Let's focus on building RC and getting more people into it. And that's where the sponsorship things go, right? So we got these manufacturers competing over, I don't want to say low level, but drivers of not that, like, it should be an honor to be sponsored, right? You should go get sponsored. If you believe in Mayako or you believe in Associated TLR and that's the company you want to run for, then you should try to get on that company by running their products, enjoying it, stuff like that. Now, if you're constantly deal chasing, then you are bad for RC. I'm sorry. You are bad for you are the person I'm talking about. If you're as a brand, I know I would like to liken this to a relationship, right? So if you get in a relationship, if you say you meet a girl, she's cheating on her boyfriend or significant other, or a man, he's cheating on his significant other with you, eventually, and you become a relationship, that's going to happen to you, right? It's a true saying. So it's no difference in the whole sponsorship thing. If that guy last year he was with HB, this year he's with X-Wax. Oh, halfway through the season he switched to Sparko. Oh, now he wants to do this. That guy, that racer's just looking for the best deal, and he's looking to be somebody and stuff. You don't want that, right? I mean, it's fine if you want to switch chassis to chassis, but you do that on retail dime, or if you have a discount at a hobby shop. But if you're constantly seeking a deal, because some people always want the bigger deal. Now, as for that person that says that this person shouldn't be running Sportsman because it's sponsored, him being sponsored isn't the reason you lost to him. The correct way to combat sandbagging or whatever they want to say in Sportsman and all this type of stuff is not via sponsorship, is by looking at laptops, right? And having the balls to bump drivers out of this. You know, it's not because, so we swear we're not going to go on a tangent for this. And I recently had a racer, and he's a good friend of mine, and he was talking about a driver that won at a big, I'm not going to, fuck it. We'll just say, he was talking about a driver that won at SIC, Sportsman. Oh, he's sponsored by Mugen. I'm like, okay, so what? Well, he had Adam Drake pitting him. Okay, so what is it that you're really upset about? Are you upset about losing to him, or are you just looking for excuses why this guy was better than you? But it wasn't because, okay, yeah, so this guy probably went to a race and had Adam Drake pitting for him. That's probably a great honor for him. Lots of top guys pit for Sportsman guys, intermediate guys, and all this stuff. That's part of their job, right? He probably knows Adam Drake is good, but that's not the reason that guy beat you. It helps him, yes. But because that guy maybe gets $50, $60, $70 off a chassis sponsor, off a chassis, isn't the reason he's beating you. The reason he's beating you because he's just better. And I think people have to stop using the crutch of he's sponsored, he should be a Sportsman, and that's why he's beating me. No, it's not. It's not. So I think we're thinking on a whole time when, like we always say, sponsorship does not equate to skill level in RC anymore. And we should stop really looking at Sportsman drivers and look at everybody that's out there getting sponsored. And this whole sponsorship thing should be revamped. I wish people would put the effort to make their resumes look good and to make sure they look great for their sponsors and all that stuff. I wish they put that same amount of effort as a whole into getting new people into RC, because that's the only way we're going to fix this. And yes, I think having all these deals and giving people all these deals combined with online sales of shops that don't have brick and mortar stuff and things like that, and coupons and all that stuff, that's hurting local hobby shops. I think a lot of hobby shops are just now more not race orientated, they're more bashing orientated, because there's a lot more money over there. But we're not putting any focus as a whole, as an industry, as people, on getting new people in there. We're too focused on trying to impress that sponsor or that next sponsor, and the companies are too concentrated on trying to steal, or maybe that guy's a little disgruntled at his sponsor because The team manager didn't show him enough love at this race that he thought he deserved. So now he wants to quit. And I think there should be some repercussions. If you're not out there finishing off contracts, like if you got a 2-year contract, you do that 2-year contract, or no other team picks you up. You can go out and run whatever you want, but no, you don't get no other deal to that time's up. But for that to happen and stuff like that, there has to be an agreement between the managers. There has to be communication. And these managers have to do more work. They have to know who's running their cars, who's running their products, all that type of stuff. And they need to be more cognizant as well. And remember, it goes both ways. The manager, the company has to show interest in you, and you have to show why you are worth your deal or why you are worth it. Because I can't go to Walmart and say, hey, I can't afford this action figure. Give me a deal. You can't go into places and just automatically ask for a deal. And I think there should be some regulation about new people getting into RC. Like if you've only been doing this for 6 months and you're already looking for sponsors, you're on the wrong track. Because then that starts the illusion. And we honestly need as an industry to stop selling this illusion of like I know I'm going on a tangent, but I have to say it. I have people that say, oh, I got picked up by this person and I got picked up by this company. I get it. You're excited to be sponsored. That's fine. But let's be realistic. If you're 35 years old, you got 3 children, you're not going to be a pro driver. You got a sponsorship, enjoy it, go out to represent your companies well, no pressure on you, enjoy your racing. If you can make it to a big race once or twice a year, fine. Be a good representative, be a good ambassador. You're not going to be a pro driver. And I think more people need to hear that. And more people would relax, enjoy their racing more. Now I see too many people who get sponsored and they get caught up in that trap of trying to be better so they can get a better deal. And they put so much pressure on themselves that in like a year from they're out of the industry altogether and RC because they didn't live up to their expectations. So stop. Sponsorship in Sportsman is not the problem. The whole business model of sponsorship is the problem. And that needs to be revisited, fixed, regulated, and applied some common sense to it, in my opinion. And I don't know. Whatever you guys think, I mean, that's my thoughts on it. As a person that's been a team manager and gave deals away like candy, as a person I remember my first 50% deal and I found out it really ain't saving no money. As a person that works in RC, and I don't say that these companies are sponsors. I say they're more advertising because it's advertising. But there are obviously some companies that I'm near and there to on these list of companies. But you bet your boots, if I don't do podcasts every week and then not every couple of weeks or produce what I have to do and keep engaging, my platform becomes less value and companies don't want to support it. Well, it's the same as you being a sponsored driver or ambassador for your team. You got to be a good ambassador. And just have some rules and regulations to this. It's not the Sportsman guys. It's the whole fucking thing. Yeah. And I think that's it. I think that's it.
Yeah, I think I want to say a few things still because I want to sort of hammer in like the root causes of this issue. So it's kind of a two-edged sword in the beginning of the issue. So it's all these people who are looking to get a little bit of a sponsorship, either for just saving money or then to feel that they're special. And then it's also part of these companies who don't look at the big picture of, the whole scale. And I think there are very clear, examples of this. So if you're a driver who gets a 30% discount on tires, and you're so against, control tires because you feel like you have a little bit of advantage with your 30% discount next to the retail guy, you are part of the problem. The whole gatekeeping thing about RC, which is that companies want to hold on to a very small group of committed people instead of doing more outreach, trying to find more people into the hobby, and the people who sort of accept their position in this very small community that the companies milk out, they both are part of the problem. And I think the fix to this whole solution is to change the attitude within, because this is, let's be honest, it's not a person or company or like anyone's not, it's not like someone's here to be blamed. It's a culture issue. And the only thing that we can fix culture issues is talking about it, making sure that, hey, we actually don't think this is that cool of a thing, the system we have. Like, it seems, for marketing's perspective, it doesn't seem as cool of an idea to get sponsored on either end of the deal. So I think if you are a racer, I think advocating for stuff that makes it cheaper to be a privateer. For example, supporting your local hobby shops more, so it makes it cheaper for you because the local hobby shops can sell at a retail price instead of the MSRP, that the company gets. Then the next big one is advocating for less like classes, so you don't have to own 3 cars to get reasonable track time. And then the last, in my opinion, the biggest thing is advocating for control tires at least part of the events. So if you are a racer and you're like, I have a sponsorship because I need to save money, you should be advocating for all those things. If you don't, I feel it's to some extent hypocritical. And if you're a company and you complain about the sponsorships, the solution is not really to say like, oh, Sportsman guys can't get sponsored. That's one way to look at it, but I don't see that it's solving the root cause, because essentially you just narrow down the gap of people who are committed to your brand, and that doesn't really solve the root issue, because if you have a lot of sponsored people, you're still going to have this inflation of prices. So from the companies, the look should be just like Keaton said, when you're at a race, don't look at the new guy you could hire. Yeah, do that sometimes, but you should be focusing on creating such a good atmosphere in your team that it's like, it's an honor to be sponsored by that brand, and people are willing to maybe run your products for a while and say that, hey, I really like these products, and then wanting to get sponsored because you're committed to the brand. And that's the thing. For companies, they should have honor in what they produce, not trying to sell it at a quick buck. And for racers, you need to have integrity. If you want things to be cheaper, make it so that it would be cheaper for everyone, not just for you as a sponsored driver. And I think those two are the main things that can fix this culture and fix the attitude with this. Because in the end of the day, it's a culture and especially an attitude issue with this. And I have a kind of homework thing for this, and it's kind of a moral thought process here. So if we think about it, there's nothing wrong for someone to love RC and do it for a passion, and by that be like, hey, I don't really have money to race that much, but if I get a sponsorship, I'm able to afford a little bit more. For that person, that's completely moral stance. Yes, he's acting on his own benefit because he kind of gets sponsorship, and maybe not everyone gets a sponsorship, but that's totally fine. Everyone has their freedom to do that. But I believe and this is my answer to this moral problem, is that every single person who's sponsored is responsible for new people at the track, being inviting to them, and also advocating for things that would improve RC for everyone. Because as soon as you get sponsored, you're not just a customer, you're part of the whole system. And I believe when you're part of the whole system, we all have a responsibility to direct it towards a better direction. And I think this is the issue at the end of the day. We don't see it like sponsorship is a commitment. Sponsorship isn't being part of something, but it should be. You make a contract, you should be part of this whole thing. But actually, we're just people fighting against each other, Instead, we should be working together to get new people in. And that's my sort of answer to the moral problem of what should a person do who's having a sponsorship because he absolutely loves RC and that makes it possible for them to have this hobby. My answer to that is they are sort of in depth to the whole RC community in that point. at least to the brand they're with, but also to the RC community. But I'd like to hear what people think about that, because I don't see it as a clear-cut issue. It's more of a moral and cultural thing.
All right. And I just wanted to finish this off, and then we're gonna move on to some silly season stuff. I really like what Horizon has done, and I say this over and over again with the Racer Payout program, because they went in, they checked on drivers that haven't been. These drivers were sitting on 75-80% deals who are inactive. They lowered their deals. They stopped giving all these big deals and put the responsibility of making some money back and making your sponsorship back on the racer with the Racer Payout program. Use our products, you get paid, you do well. And I like that idea because it puts responsibility on the racer to do what he's got to do that. That doesn't mean just bidding. He's got to do everything that's included. Now, contingency isn't something new. We saw that in JQ Racing. You had rules to abide by. I remember people were like, well, I didn't use the JQ body. Well, that's a broken rule. So you can't get contingency, because I know that the same would apply to Horizon. Lots of work to do. The whole sponsorship thing needs to be revamped. The whole attitude and culture has to be revamped, like you said. And it starts first by having an open discussion about it all. Now, what other companies want to do, like JTP and Fanbooth, their stances on it, I understand that. Don't fully agree with it, because we're just picking on one side of the thing. We need to revamp it as a whole. All right, Max, I think that's enough of beating that horse to death.
Okay.
We are going to move on to silly season. But before we do that, you should hit that like notification button on YouTube, because Max the Bobblehead says so. So we're going on to our next subject, which is silly season and my big announcement. And I wanted to say a little words about our new sponsor, Corsatec USA. It is your one-stop shop for all things Corsatec in the USA. You can now purchase all the Corsatec range of products for nitro and electric power systems and accessories used by world and European champions such as David Ronnefalk and Robert Battier. Established in 2022, Corsatec was founded by Adrian Bertin, a 3-time IFMAR World Champion in GP, and Oscar Jensen, a 5-time EFRA European Champion in electric. Corsatec is made by racers for racers, all available in the USA now. You can find a link for Corsatec USA in the written description below. All right, Max. So, I've come to this conclusion after some big thought. This is my big announcement. I know people are wondering what this was all about. But, after so much hate mail that I've received, and even from you, about accusing me of cooking the books and doing all this type of stuff and all this nefarious stuff when it came to silly season, and after absolutely pretty much getting every single silly season announcement right this year, I have decided that, to give other people a chance to get silly season things right, and I am officially retiring from silly season. It's just too easy now. I got everything I said came to fruition. You got people on the internet accusing me of taking bribes and doing all this type of shit and all this type of stuff. So you know what? I am done with silly season, and I will not participate in silly season anymore because I'm just too damn good at it. And I figured that it was time to go out on a winning record, batting 1,000, and that's it, guys. So no more silly season from this guy at all whatsoever. But things like Tom Brady happen all the time. Silly season, Lefty has retired.
I was thinking, hey, this guy's gonna actually have some cool announcement, but no. At the fall of 2024, you're gonna be back at it. You're gonna be like, oh, Lefty's batting at 100,
100 not that good. That's 1,000 you want to bat at. You start at 1,000, you go on.
Oh, okay.
I said 100 too. I made a mistake, but no, I just you getting all jealous of my silly season predictions, and people just hating on me and accusing me of cooking the books and all that stuff. I decided when people start hating on you like that, it's time to quit while you're ahead. But with that said, we do have a few silly season things that did happen. over while we was away. One of them we kind of thought was going to happen. I told you it was going to happen. Parente Brothers and Figueredo all signed to Tekno. Not surprised by that at all. You have a testing linker as well. Let me bring that up. I kind of knew y'all was going for some time, and I figured if the Parente Brothers and even S-Works, and I knew that they got a new dealer in Spain because they signed that kid Iker who used to run Mayako. I figured they were going to go Tekno. So here we see, and I talked to Matt a little bit at SIC, and I would say that this is Tekno making a serious push in the European market, finally. You know, not just hiring one driver and him going to one races, but we saw them hire like Zankatine, Buffalo. You know, they're actually going out there and hiring or getting like y'all Figueredo's a damn good driver, you know, top 10 driver, top 5 at some races. The Parente brothers have got a good future ahead of them. So we see them like really starting to step it up in Europe. What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, yeah. I think, this is the mistake. Like, I think, well, this is the decision Tekno should have made like 6 years ago.
Okay.
Granted, they have a much better car now than what they had then. But when they signed Sankatin at, I want to say it was like 2016, at the end of 2016, to run Tekno, it never seemed to, go well. They didn't have the setup for European tracks. I don't think the car was actually that good at the time. And with only one driver, you can not do much. You can't start, a wave. With Barufalo, luckily at that point, the car was much better, and that guy is just insane. He can drive anything really, really well. So it went okay. But even then, it wasn't as good as it could have been in Europe. Granted, he came to America and won immediately. But in Europe, his results wasn't that spectacular. But now they have what they have always needed: a good, committed group of people who have ties to, not only hobby shops, but like large dealers within Southern Europe. This is the strategy that any brand should do. Like if you go to America as a brand, you should start out with, like someone like BHRC was with JQ, or how it is now with S-Works, That's a large reason why things work, because you have a good dealer that has a wide range. And then on top of that, you may have a good driver like now Tekno has. And actually, they got 3 really good ones. So, yeah, I think I have to say for Parientes, I do feel for their career, it could have been beneficial for them to stay with S-Works as it's a proven brand. They have canas they can compare to. They are still young drivers, they're developing. So, they might not have like the setup knowledge and what they actually want from the car down. So they just kind of drive. But for Joao, maybe he gets a full-time job out of this now. He gets to, direct Tekno in Europe in his own direction, as he's most definitely going to be the lead Tekno driver in Europe. So yeah, I think for Joao, this was a no-brainer, because from Kyoto, he wasn't going to get, much. Like at this point, Kyoto is not hiring, drivers to be like full-time professionals. That was never going to happen. Other brands already have their established pro drivers. And I think Tekno was probably the best and most suiting option for him. Time will tell if he's going to be able to transfer that into good results. Who knows? But yeah.
Okay. I would agree with that. I know when I talked to Matt a few years ago, Europe wasn't a big concern, but now we're starting to see them focus on this. And now that, and I think that y'all was a good pickup. If he's doing this full time and getting a paycheck, I'm not sure, but I'm sure he's getting compensated somehow. I will say this, that the Tekno team is a very very good youth structure as well in America. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking having the Parente brothers one is going to feed off of that. When I was doing Buggyland with RC Racing TV, I noticed a lot of techno drivers from France as well. So
the Sartel.
Yeah.
I think at least Jerome Sartel, the
the
youngest
one
of the
that's won the
Sartel.
Ebuggy world. He
no,
was
sorry, Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, that's him, Jean-Pierre Sartel. And there was quite a few techno drivers there from France. So definitely seeing the importance of picking up in the European market. They're already pretty big in the market, like in Australia, which is probably Australia, not as big as Asia, but still a big market. So definitely good news for them. I look forward to seeing what the Parentes do. We'll see what Y'all's doing. I'm pretty sure he's going to Montpellier here soon.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I'll be at IBC, and I'm sure the Parentes and everybody will be there. But that segues into another brand that has not really focused on Europe too much and kind of did the same similar thing, having one driver. They had Ronnefalk at one point. I know you ran for them and whatnot. But J Concepts signs JC3. From what I was told, I heard he didn't even test the tires. I heard it, obviously wanted to make some money. So this was a business decision by him. I see he's selling the tires. I know also Arlowski, who has joined them as well, which is a bit of a conundrum. I do know that I believe Schumacher sells J Concepts tires, but they also make tires too for carpet and stuff. So it's a bit of conundrum.
So let's go through the JC3, but basically, it's J Concepts trying to sign. Like they did this with Ronnefalk, the same exact thing in 2017.
I would say 2017.
Yeah, 2017, I think. They sign the hottest driver in Europe currently and tried, through that force people to drive it. For David, it went rather well, but I think it's mostly because he has much more influence in the Northern Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And for Northern Europe, J Concepts is money. Like in Finland, during the time David ran J Concepts, I also ran J Concepts, and like most people, like most top guys, ran J Concepts at the time because they were really good at some of the Finnish tracks. So yeah, for Northern Europe, J Concept has always been good. Now, the issue with David came from the Southern European races. There, clearly in 2018 Euros, I remember because I was there too. For me, it went surprisingly okay, even though the tires was clearly not as good as, let's say, Proline was really good at the time. That's what Coelho used to win that race.
This is in Portugal, correct?
Yeah, in Portugal. Yeah,
okay.
In Freixeras. So yeah, that's where the first issue started with David with J Concepts, and then this culminated to in 2019 at the RCGP in Manila. We all remember those pics of the burning tire, David having all of his tires come unglued, this whole debacle. And after that, shortly, David left J Concepts to run privateer. So
he didn't set that car. He didn't set those tires on fire, by the way.
It wasn't him who did it, but that was a catastrophe for him. And there was so much issues that all of us J Concept drivers are having that race. But granted, they have most, to my knowledge, fixed since. But yeah, the end with David and J Concepts wasn't very good. It was a very fierce end. And I think from seeing other drivers who run J Concept ran at the Euros last summer, there still is some distance to go in relation to HotRace for sure.
So I just want to back up with this because as soon as people saw this, like, oh, he's gonna win, he's gonna do this well. In America, J Concepts is the number one tire. Period.
100%. Yeah.
Period.
100%.
Right. Especially in the Southeast, and there's no taking away from that. But it just has not. And this is no disrespect to J Concepts. Obviously, in Europe, it just has never really taken off, like you said. But I did talk to Paul Wynn at SIC. We had an interview while we was doing it, and I like techno. I think they're shifting some focus to getting a tire that works over in Europe. So I even have to dress back a little bit because I remember when JQ did an interview of Jason Renner, it was before they kind of got into West Coast. They weren't too worried about West Coast because that was AKA in Proline territory. Fast forward, Proline's a shell of what it used to be, so as AKA. Now J Concepts is a dominant tire over there. Now still Proline and AKA works over there. So now
HotRace is quite big in West Coast.
Yeah,
but
now shifting their focus to Europe, it's another mountain to climb. I think that they're gonna work with JC. I know Arlovsky's mostly a carpet guy, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the reigning 8-scale electric champion. So
this is true.
It's not
this
nothing.
Is true. So
not
I think we're going to see some focus, like we're seeing at Technos, to really go at it. I mean, J Concepts is a powerhouse in the RC industry. They have the money, the expertise, the skills to focus and do some work in Europe. But I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk like a lot of people think it's going to be, because I had a friend tell me one time, tires are the best wherever they're designed to. So, in America, he'll be fine. But right now in Europe, HotRace is number one. And it's going to be this is going to be interesting to see, right? Because we talked about JC3's package and Boots' package. This is about the same. Reds engines, S-Works, money, right? Money. He was good at he was also very good at AMS. But I also understand that he wants to make some money too. So we'll see how this package works and if he's going to be in a struggle bus at all. We could be completely wrong. Maybe they're trying some new stuff, but it's interesting.
But
by J Concepts.
I think, well, this is a much bigger conversation that I'm not going to go fully into, but a little bit. But the tire game is very difficult for a multitude of reasons. Number one is the soil. So in the similar area, the soil is usually quite similar. So for example, in Western Finland, the soil is quite, similar in all the tracks. In Eastern Finland, it's very sandy. In Middle Finland, it's very it's very fine, but it's also very, clay-like. So very fine dust spilled in clay. And this goes in every single country. In America, if you look at, what are those things called? Sprint cars, the little ones,
the go around in the oval, dart oval?
Like the full-scale ones. Mm-hmm. When you watch those races, they always specify what's the dirt. So it could be like Carolina red dirt, or it could be like Georgia this dirt. And there are very fine differences between dirt types, and which rubber works best is very particular. And that's why, for example, on the race time events, almost no time manufacturer comes close to J Concepts, because that's where the tires have developed, on that red style dirt of the East Coast. And this kind of is already a big enough deal that makes a difference on tires. But on top of this, with the modern racing we do, especially in Europe, it's not as big of a deal in West Coast. And that's why you can see multiple different brands working. But it's definitely a deal in the East Coast on this indoor races. And the most big of a deal it is in Europe and the Southern European tracks. So when you have a very smooth track, let's say it's covered with sugar, covered with glue, or it's just so hard packed, it's abrasive like asphalt. There's always, we see that blue groove. Now we know that's, rubber. And almost all of these rubber types have some form of silicone, and different types of rubbers and silicones don't necessarily want to stick to each other. They resist each other. They don't want to stick together. But the same type of rubber and silicone, they stick to each other. They stick to itself. So basically, if 80% of drivers are running one type of rubber, it is very likely that another type of rubber is not going to work as well as it would be intended to. And, in F1, when they had two different manufacturers, you could even engineer into the rubber, because you can see what rubber the other brand is using. You can engineer some form of silicone or rubber that's less grippy to the other rubber. Basically, you're trying to make less grip for the other rubber instead of making more grip for you. Okay, that's not happening in RC, but just an example of how it works. And that is already a deal that people don't really realize. If 80% of drivers are running HotRace, it's gonna be very difficult for J Concepts to beat them, because like it's not that easy to make that exact type rubber that works with that and gets more grip off the blue grip of the track. So that's also a hurdle they have to climb. And to be honest, I'm not a chemist. I can't really speak for it. I know some people are, but I would argue that it could be very difficult to ever beat a brand that has a dominating factors. You have to kind of beat them, by having just more presence, and then also having a better rubber. But those are the factors that really challenge them. And so far, I think it's pretty clear that J Concept has just never had a tire for the European surfaces, nor the big events where there's lots of other brands running that they can be truly competitive with in Southern Europe. In Germany, they're good. In Northern Europe, they're really, really good. But in Southern Europe, from my time running them and from people who I watch closely who are on J Concepts, there is a clear, clear issues with the tire. Either it's not grippy enough or it wears too much, which the same issue doesn't have like with HotRace. And that's going to be a really tough mountain to climb for J Concepts. I know like they're probably able to do it, but it's going to take a lot of work. And yeah.
Well, the same applies to HotRace in the Southeast, right? They gotta do the same thing.
It works. It works the other way around too. Yeah.
So it'd be good. They have JC has the resources to do it. It'd be interesting to see. I know that JC3 is coming over for Buggyland. I'm interested to see what happens at Montpellier. I know that's a tire specific type of track. So maybe he'll be allowed to run something different, but we shall see. All right, we're keeping with tires in silly season.
Wait. We didn't talk about Orlowski.
Oh yeah, so Orlowski, Schumacher, dealer of J Concepts tires, blah blah blah, all that type of stuff. Kind of a conflict of interest to an extent. Like, why would you go from having successful carpet tires, which Schumacher has made for umpteen years, to now importing your competitors' tires, which they did do for some time. They've been doing that for some time.
Yeah. Well, there is a bit of a backstory here. J Concepts tried to get Michael, what could I say, probably like 6-7 years ago already. They are really good friends with Joona, and Joona runs for J Concepts, has been running for a long time, probably one of the main J Concepts guys in Europe currently. And like, there was a time where they really wanted Michael to run J Concepts, but the issue at the time was that Schumacher was not in any way affiliated with J Concepts, and the European races exclusively run Schumacher carpet tires. So for Michael, it would probably be a bad look. Well, for J Concepts, it would be a bad look to see Michael running Schumacher tires all the time for practice and so on. And also, I don't think Schumacher would be, pleased to, have Michael promoting J Concepts, but get free tires and, so on from them. So I think that's what stopped it back then. But clearly, I think there has been some form of agreement between Schumacher and J Concepts. Evidence number one would be that Schumacher cars now come with J Concepts bodies. The LD3 is now released with the J Concepts body. Every single, the dirt model, the carpet model, and so on, they come with the J Concepts body. And if I'm not wrong, the new four drive is already coming or will come with the J Concepts body. So clearly they have some form of business connection there. And I think, if I'm not totally incorrect, Michael is still running, Schumacher tires at least at some of the events he's been to. And, EOS has control tires, so has the UK series. So it's not like he has a choice at the races. So I believe it's more of when Michael runs H-scale, which he has clearly done more in the past years. As I said, he's a reigning H-scale electric European champion. That's where he's, gonna promote J Concepts. And also the body shells, the pit equipment, so on. For example, like last weekend at EOS Dawn, he posted a picture of a J Concepts reamer when he was doing his body. So I guess it's an overall the J Concept accessory
all
line.
promotion, all promotion. I forgot about that. You bring up some very good points about that.
Yeah.
Very good points.
So
Right.
I think there has been some form of, collaborating with J Concepts and Schumacher. And I think it could even be that, they are sharing some of the, like, for example, J Concept doesn't want to, influence the European tire market in 10 scale maybe. And then, they make business plans. That's just my, crazy theory, but something like that. And also on top of that, one of the biggest Schumacher drivers, or the biggest Schumacher driver in America, Champlin, they are also very highly supported by J Concept. So.
Absolutely. All right, that's a great segue because our next silly season move is about tires, and some are surprised by this. I'm not so surprised about this. I heard this was going to happen. And one thing about Ronnefalk, he does things very slyly. And when I was away, he was like, "Oh, I want to post this," and I said, "Well, you should message him and talk to him about this." But he made a post, and we kind of thought this was going to happen anyway because he's with X-Ray. We know X-Ray is, when it comes to X-Ray, you do what Hootie says, right? And we was like, "Well, is he going to be allowed to keep the tires, right?" So let's bring this up. This is another one of your posts, I believe. And so there we go. There's Ronnefalk.
This is where it started.
Yeah. So just to explain, so Ronnefalk updated his bio and he's sponsored by X-Ray, Corsatec, Hi-Tech, Hootie, Latera Racing, Fly Sky, Energy Fuel, XTR Racing, Avid, Doobie Design, and Mal Graphics. No Matrix there. So of course, this started people messaging me, and then I messaged you, and I think I was on the road, so I was like, "Hey," he's like, "I want to post about it." I was like, "Well, David's our friend. He's usually straightforward. Talk to him first before you do it," which you did. And go ahead, explain. You got the lead on this, Maxi.
Yeah, well, basically, I messaged David, and he very openly told that he's not gonna race as much 8 scale, and that was one of his main reasons or justifications. Like, yeah, probably and most likely there is a clause in the agreement between X-Ray that they prefer David not to have a tire sponsorship. But David explained that he's running. He said under 10 races of 8 scale this whole year, and he's focusing on other classes. So he feels like tire sponsorship doesn't necessarily offer him the best grounds, and he also, implied that for Matrix it probably wouldn't be worth it for them to pay him money to run their product so little, and then if they're not paying money, the risk you're taking committing to a one brand, is it worth it for him? And I think that's at the end of the day what made him make the decision. But to be honest, from what I gathered, it seemed like a pretty no drama situation, quite straightforward. For Matrix, yeah, there wouldn't be no point for them to sponsor someone who races not that much. And for David, why would you commit to a tire sponsorship if you're not making a lot of money out of it? I think I think for both sides, quite a peaceful end. But that all being said,
it goes back to the Mayako thing.
I do think I feel a little bad because I know Joseph. Yeah, Joseph is for sure annoyed with the situation because the whole plan from the beginning was that David wouldn't have a tire sponsor. I know for a fact that the monetary compensation took that into account. There was an agreement that that would be the case. Then David informed that he would be getting making a commitment to run Matrix, which was fine at the beginning, and I don't think there was it was accepted by both parties. Don't get me wrong, that there was any drama in that way, but clearly the DNC was kind of the start of it, where David was clearly struggling with the tires, and I think even he mentioned it. And then throughout the year, I think it was evident that tires was a big issue for him. Obviously, at the end of the year, before he ended up leaving, I think the motivation from neither party wasn't there anymore due to the, issues they had at the beginning of the year. But I do feel that it was an unfortunate situation for both, because David is essentially at square one. I mean, granted, if he all along wanted to race more touring and 10 scale, fair play to him. But I think, like, if I still believe his number one class is 8 scale, and that he wants that to be his number one class. And had he not made that commitment to Matrix, he could be still running Mayako, and both parties would be getting what they want. I bet, I do bet he would have had more say at Mayako, because there was a big effort to improve things. Also in the direction that he preferred, and I don't expect him to have all that say at X-Ray. I believe it's much more of a
I'll put it to you this way.
Controlled environment, yeah.
I'll put it to you this way, and nobody can say anything different, and David himself. At DNC 2023, when he was in the D-main, snipping pins off the tire and saucing and doing all that shit, no way in how would URI be like, this is the difference. At X-Ray, it's an established brand. You do what URI says. We see that. Coelho falls into position. All the guys that have X-Ray kind of fall into position. He's the boss. At Mayako, David had all to say. So it was a smaller company. Basically, Mayako had to do what he said.
Yeah.
If the roles would have been reversed, and that would have been X-Ray at DNC, you bet your fucking boots Matrix would have been in the bag. Matrix would have been done that race.
Yeah, I think like
that's true.
I've seen X-Ray through
Martin Beyer, 2014 Worlds in Italy.
In Sicily, and then I see Reno Savoia running different brand tires. He was running Sweet back in the day.
Testament did concepts and Neo.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't think anyone with a brain would argue against what you said. So I think it's a cut deal. But yeah,
it's a shame.
It's a shame because, well, number one, we kind of never really get to see if the issues he was having last year was really because of the tires, or was it more so, that the package wasn't clicking for him anymore. That's one thing that my scientific brain kind of don't want to see, but in my passion brain, the first year was just a fairy tale. Winning DNC in Ebuggy in first try, winning Euros, second at the Worlds. You can't really hope for better for a first year at a brand, brand new brand too. First year of a brand, and that's the first year you at the brand as well. You can't. It's like Sebastian Ogier at Volkswagen, basically.
Well, he went for the money, and I think there were some other mitigating reasons why he went to Matrix as well. Yeah. And he may not admit that, but I think if a few years from now he'll go back and look at that and say, "Yeah, I shouldn't have done that," right? And now he's with X-Ray. I think he kind of has to do what they say, pretty much. And you know what? He's still my boy. A lot of love for him, and he's still got a lot left in his career. And now if he really wants to race, he's going to be racing more classes now. And that's it, right? But it's a shame because it was such a good start with Mayako, and then it wasn't when he left. Nobody blamed him. Everybody blamed smart people with intelligence, common sense, knew that it was the tires. But the haters out there were like, "See, that's why JQ fucked it up." JQ, now did JQ handle this situation properly? 100%? No, I don't think so. But I think both parties were guilty of negligence and just not being more open. And yeah, I feel that had that been X-Ray at DNC last year, you bet your boots that he would have ran whatever tire would have worked that would have got him from that D main to that A final. But he made a choice. That choice reverberated throughout the year. That set a bad taste. And then him leaving was the end product of that happening. And then obviously now X-Ray said we ain't having that shit. You know? And now you have to do what X-Ray says. And you know what? Being on open tire would be the best thing for him, period. And people that are smart, that are intelligent, will see that he's probably going to do well this year. And I think he's going to Montpellier. I'm not sure if he's going to IBC. And I want him to do well. But I really wish he would not have chosen to go Matrix in 2023. I personally, as a passion person and something that I think we'd be having a whole different discussion right now. We would be discussing about his chances of winning the World Championships with Mayako this year. Which, and don't get me wrong, he can still. I really want to see him run 8 scale. I still think he can. He's a favorite going into the World Championships there this year. But I would have rather have been for Mayako. But now, X-Ray has a good driver. Oh, and we did talk about Zankatine joining them too, right? I think on the last one. But now Zankatine's full in with him. It's like, okay, so now you guys are teammates again from X-Ray to Mayako. And I wish David the best. But this move that I saw happening, not surprised. JQ messaged me right away. The next time I come on the podcast, I'm telling the whole truth. I was like, oh, God. I like, JQ, did you have a whole nice video thanking Ronnefalk that you're going to play? I said, I people that know. You know what I mean? They know. And I think deep down that even David probably knows that was a mistake doing that. Right?
Oh, yeah. And I think, it was evident throughout the year because, like,
how it was dealt with was a bigger mistake, I think. I think how it was dealt with by both ends were the bigger mistake.
Yeah, obviously,
one side put their foot down, the other side put their foot down, and then you just got two male Rams button heads. Boom, boom.
Like, obviously I saw what was going on quite closely, and what was happening last year, it was kind of like what it looks like when a driver is like really lost, He was testing obscure stuff all the time, trying to find things all the time, and I think obviously there was issues other than the tires too. Like, there was things about the car that could have been better that he wanted. But I think when that, desperation sets in, you lose the motivation. You kind of get this moment of, oh, let's just try something. I think if we would have, accepted how the situation was at DNC, moved forward with, kind of the mentality that Ongaro has, that he was happy to finish third at the Euros, he's better than that. Ongaro for the last 5 years has been better than barely getting a podium at Euros. He passed Burak at the second to last corner at the Euros. Okay, clearly he had a tough year too, but the attitude he was with was, we're gonna work through this. I still trust what I'm doing, and it's gonna pay off. And at the end of the year for Ongaro, it did pay off. I think for Ronnefalk that could have been the case, but I think the pressure he was getting, from Mayako, obviously, because the results wasn't good, but also in his mind, I think that led to that behavior of, looking for issues anywhere and trying crazy stuff. And then you lose your confidence, everything goes down. And at the end of the day, like, it was a really bad year for him last year.
Yeah, I would agree. He's still top 10 and all that stuff and a lot of races and all that there, but not what he had. And I think there's some other mitigating features or other people that might have been in his ear about certain things. Yeah. And once you start messing with that, and you lose that confidence, you start messing. Like then Mayako tried to take a hard stance and this and that. That relationship gets ruined. But I wish him all the best, and I think he's got a new lease on doing a lot of things with X-Ray, and I wish him all the best in whatever all the classes that he runs, man. And I want him to do well because it's still my boy, and I wish it could have been on with Mayako. And you know what I told JQ? I said, JQ, you never know what could happen in life. You know what I mean? You guys may not be you know, I said, you might not. I said 2-3 years from now, you never know. If things don't work out at X-Ray, he might be back at Mayako and rejuvenated. You know, you never know what's gonna happen. So lots of things can happen in some time. Time heals all wounds and rebuilds bridges. All right, Max, that's enough silly season for us. I think we're gonna, you know what? We have a new thing here, and you guys probably haven't done this, but we're trying to get to 5,000 subs, and we are currently at 4,779. So if you're listening to this on an audio only platform, please go over, hit that subscribe button, notification button, leave a comment, leave a share, dislike or like. And we got a new thing, Max. You're our new guy. Look at this. Max and his bobblehead for getting over to that YouTube channel and get us started. The more subscribers we have, the better it is for us. Alrighty, Max. So enough about silly season. Let's get into some product releases that came out while we was going. I actually got to see a couple of these while I was away at SIC. And this part of the podcast is brought to you by Sidewinder Fuel. Morgan Fuel has been collaborating with many of the world's top drivers for over 40 years. This has enabled us to test our fuels in the most challenging situations and take the development of competition fuels to the next level. The result is Sidewinder, the market's most powerful racing fuel. This fuel is track tested and proven by national and world champions, including Ryan Cavallari, Ryan Mayfield, Greg Degani, Mark Pavidis, and many more. They're current top drivers. Little bump. And actually, he won 40 plus yesterday this past weekend at the TNRA's Philip Atondo as their newest driver. These drivers appreciate that Sidewinder is blended perfectly for the high performance needs of competitive racing. Don't let victory slip through your fingers. Purchase Sidewinder today. All righty, Max. So we do have a few products we're going to talk about. The radio that has taken RC by storm. I was talking to my contact at Fly Sky. I might be getting one of these to do a review of. We got the new radio out. It's coming out. Some new transmitter images here. So if you are watching this, listening to this on the audio any platform, come over to YouTube, check it out. We're looking at some images via Red RC of the new Noble Pro. So I asked my guy what we can expect from this. He obviously told me a new internal battery. They're letting some leaks out of this. I might have one of these next month. The new steering wheel. That does look pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, this one is kind of just a small update on the old one. Really, it's updated steering wheel, and they said slightly brighter LCD screen and then a bigger battery. So I think they just kind of iron out some of the things in the radio and ready for bigger markets. I think this is cool that they have the big difference they do differently is they have a purpose-built battery for this, which I think is not.
Oh, there's a battery here, and then there's a battery in the handle too.
Oh,
there's two batteries.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
So the battery in the handle will be removable now. So there it is right there.
Oh, yeah.
So you can have a heavier... This is the same... Well, they have the same thing with the Noble Pro that I have. So the base can be removed. That's a battery. And then of course, you have the... And it comes with... it looks like it comes with one receiver. It comes with a different grip, different triggers. So yeah, good stuff. We did see that Tater Sontag is now signed with them. They have signed.
They have everyone. I think it's in America. It's Fend, Sontag, Mayfield at least.
Wiggins.
Then Europe, it's Welke, Reinhardt, Ronnefalk,
and a few other guys I have no idea who are.
Yeah.
So they spent some big money. Let's see what the price is going to be on this. I don't know. I haven't heard. I will talk to my contact and find out more about that. All righty. Next up is, let's go to the J Concepts tires because I actually got to see these. So we have the Falcon and the Dirt Bite. Are you going to put this up here? So the Falcon is actually what Brandon Rose used to win at SIC, but he ran them, and I saw this popular at. This is also a popular option at Dean's All Out for the FRCC. So in the front, guys would run the tires with the V shape pattern like this, with the point of the V going towards the car, and then on the rear they had the points going to the back. So they reversed the tires on the back. So the tread patterns were going two different directions, and this is what Brandon Rose used at SIC to kick ass, actually. So.
Yeah, I think this is kind of, what they've been doing for a while now with the cutting of the pins with HotRace tires. HotRace tires, they did this with manually cutting it. So I think this is sort of a new style, the ghost thread. No, not ghost thread. I don't know what you call it, but no pin.
V-shape. Yeah, they have a V-shape. So that was a successful. They also a lot of guys ran the dirt bikes there as well that weekend too, but more when the track was so at SIC the track was on like the first couple of days because it was very moist and had a lot of moisture in it. So this is what they used. So this is basically a 8-scale version of their fuzzy bite, I want to say.
Yeah, it's really similar looking.
Yeah, that they use
fuzz bites or something. In carpet. So
this seems to be two new popular treads that J Concepts has come out with, and they worked pretty well at these two different tracks that I saw them at. Well, the Falcons worked well at SIC and worked well at Dean's, which was an outdoor track. So two new tires from J Concepts, nothing unusual from them. And the Mugen MSB2, the new Mugen 2-wheel drive that's come out. We see that the Killick brothers are going to buy. I know Borak is going to be running this. So what got you all excited about this now, Max?
Yeah, so this is the buggy they displayed at the Worlds. So we took a quick glance at it. I think this is still the same buggy that Shin had at the World Championships. But the interesting part is we have an official release schedule. So it will be released this month, February 2024. So it will become available to the public. It's going to be interesting how well. It's interesting to see how well it's going to do in terms of sales, because when you look at it, for example, the front end is very similar looking to TLR. I think they have made some, I'd say smarter design solutions than TLR. They have clearly, because I believe Shin is the designer of this. Shin is also the designer of the Yokomo car. So the Yokomos, the YZ2, YZ4, that's all Shin. Like Shin's made all of those, but he left Yokomo, and Mugen signed him to basically make a 10-scale platform for them.
I think this car's going to be extremely popular.
I think. Yeah. So when you look at the car as a whole, it has similar features as a Yokomo. The style of like ball studs and the steering linkages and so on. I think very similar to Yokomo, same as the battery attachment. Then it has taken some parts of the TLR, like the front end, but it also has some cool features like this rear shock fine tuning.
So if you're listening to this on the audio, you need to really come over and check it out on the YouTube, because we're looking at pictures of it. Same pictures we posted up a long time, but I believe that this is going to be a very popular car because people have been waiting for 10th scale Mugen cars since the MBX4 days, which is before you was probably born.
Yeah.
When was you born?
Mugen cars, 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was before you was born.
Yeah. So I think this car is gonna be like a fusion of 3 cars. A Schumacher for the chassis design, layout, and the diff mount structure. I feel the appearance of it and the ideas, I think, from somewhat come from Schumacher. Then for the geometry, I think it will be really close to something like a TLR with fine adjustments. And then in terms of the like some solutions. It also has that Yokomo, look on it, as obviously Shin's designed that before. So I think it's kind of a symbiosis between all of these three cars, and it's going to be really interesting to see because Burak Ilic, he was podium in four-wheel drive last summer, won EOS in four-wheel drive, finished well in two-wheel drive. It's going to be very interesting to see if Burak can be successful with this car. And looking at the car, it looks like there are already some parts that are made thinking of a future four-wheel drive release.
Yeah, I'm wondering how long do you think it takes to do the four-wheel drive version of this?
I think it's right. I
think it's gonna come out and then later this year. We'll see.
I would be expecting to see a prototype during this year and then a release perhaps already, next year.
Oh, by the end of this year, I would say.
Yeah, maybe even then. But yeah, I'm excited for Mugen. They have, for so long, there was a Nitro only brand, and now they have electric touring cars. They have top results at Ronnefalk. Now they're coming out with 10 scale off-road cars. Most likely, we're going to see some good results by Burak Ilic, and yeah.
Yeah, I wonder who will be the champion for this class over in America. I wonder.
Yeah, it's interesting. It could be, it would have been interesting to see someone like Tessman because obviously he has the expertise in both 10 scale and 8 scale, but clearly that didn't happen. So, and yeah, it could just be that they just go without a driver. Like try just go.
I think
marketing.
Well, I think it's going to sell. All the guys that are Mugen, because Mugen is one of those brands that have faithful drivers.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
They'll buy it, and we'll see. But at some point, well, Mugen is pretty much living off legacy with their car right now. We all agree that at some point they're going to have to hire a top driver to compete. Not saying that Drake isn't doing well, but he isn't able to, I'm talking about somebody that could go out there and win a world championship, win a national championship. So at some point, they're going to have to do that. Well, I think that this is going to need that first because they're going to need somebody that's really good at 10 scale to go out there and do well with it. And I have a feeling that we're going to see Mugen make a pitch to get a top driver in 2025, like a top driver.
I think so too. I think they're going to have to. I think the issue with Mugen before was, for example, in terms of Mayfield, that they really couldn't get that much out of him. For Mayfield, it was probably a decent deal because you could get money from Mugen and Yokomo. But for Mugen, the deal probably wasn't that worth it because, Mayfield wasn't the type of guy to do a lot of like social media or whatever. And also like, the results kind of spoke for Mugen. Like I think Drake was doing, most of the sales for the brand. But I think when they have a 10 scale, it could actually be beneficial. I still see it difficult for them to pick up drivers because they have realized that it's not always like business-wise the best decision. But it's going to be interesting to see. It could happen.
It will be. Be very interesting to see. Real quick, I did see that you shared this on the NNRC Facebook this morning. Tamiya with a new touring car, but everybody's saying it's a Mugen copy or something. Maybe you can bring it up. By the way, while Max looks for that, I just wanted to remind people, guess what? Not only do we want you to sub to the NNRC YouTube, but we need 500 more people, and we are going to reach 10K on the NNRC Instagram. So if you haven't done that, go over there and check it out. We have a pretty good, decent Instagram, as well as a good TikTok. Well, you want to get to 20,000 followers on that. So go hit those sub buttons and following buttons or whatever you need to hit on the Instagram and TikTok, as well as the YouTube.
So yeah, here we have it. Basically, well, I'm gonna start off with these pictures are from Kentech. He's like one of the biggest Tamiya fans in the world, probably. Mm-hmm. But this is shown at from the Nuremberg Fair, which happens every year for model cars. And this has been, Tamiya has been kind of teasing with this. There's been a lot of, testing going on and so on. And yeah, finally we have a car from them. And yeah, to the comment about Mugen, I don't know what to say. I wouldn't call it like a Mugen copy necessarily. It has a lot of the same features, but so do every other touring car at this point, to be honest. I think every single part is like Tamiya's own part, so it's not so much that, you know, it's a different, like that it would be the same as the Mugen. But I do have to say that it feels really good to see Tamiya have like a modern
So is
car.
this going to be are people going to race this? Like, are they going to, or what's going to happen with this? Like, is it just, what?
I don't believe that they will sign a driver. I don't see that happening in the modern day. But for sure, there's going to be people who are going to be running this. Some people are going to be start selling the touring car for sure. And in Asia, it's still, you know, a popular brand for racing. So it will be interesting following the, you know, especially the Chinese and Japanese racing scene. There could be quite a bit of, you know, Tamiyas. But yeah, basically you have a very, you know, standard modern touring car with, you know, very low shocks and aluminum shock mounts from the side and low bulkheads and horizontal rear ball stud mounts, and then in the front you have the standard, you know, style.
You know, when I look at the arms and stuff, it almost looks more X-ray-ish to me.
It kind of has that X-ray / Mugen vibe to it, but it also has some cool, you know, designs like the caster and setting, and as well as the angle of the upper arm, because you can raise it with the shims here. And then also let me find a good picture of the caster setting. We'll basically have these lines here on top of the bulkhead, and then here we can see well. So you have the top of the bulkhead, they have laser engraved some lines here, and then they have this link or the upper arm mount that has eccentric holes, so oval holes. And with these lines, you can sort of match up the setting of caster you have, and then you just tighten it to the bulkhead. So it's a very, you know, neat, small thing, but it makes, you know, probably a big difference when you're setting up the car. You can be sure that you have the right tune. So an interesting detail that I haven't spotted in other cars. Also the roll bar, you know, roll bar attachment, very, you know, low profile, low center of gravity, and seems pretty interesting. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see like the performance of this car, because geometric wise, it looks very similar to, you know, Automatics and Mugen and X-Ray. All of these cars, you know, perform very well. And yeah, we're going to talk about later on about the ETS, where we see, you know, Schumacher racing their new prototype. We haven't seen pictures of it yet, but perhaps we're going to see a release in the next few months of the Schumacher car. But yeah, the touring market it produces some sexy cars.
Now you got the snowbirds coming up here, right? Next weekend.
Yeah.
Starts this week, next Monday. All right. With that said, enough about new products and all that type of stuff and sponsorship and all that pizzazz and silly season. And the big announcement that I am retiring from silly season officially. We are going to go on to the Techno RC, Lefty's Travels, race reviews. We're going to focus mostly on SIC, but we're going to talk about some of the races I attended and some of the races that happened while I was on the road. But that is brought to you, all by Techno RC. Thank you, Techno RC, for all their continued support. And let's talk about some racing.
Techno RC. Techno RC is a championship-winning manufacturer of high-performance A-scale, 10-scale, nitro, and electric RC buggies and trucks. With a worldwide dealer network, USA and Europe-based headquarters, comprehensive warranty program, and global race support, Techno RC is excellence in RC. View the full lineup of Techno RC race-proven vehicles by visiting www.technorc.com.
Thank you, Techno, for all your continued support. Congratulations to Mayfield. He actually came second. He did come second at the TNR race. Rifkin beat him.
Yeah.
This TNR race that happened this past weekend. Okay, so while I was on the road, as you guys know, I was on the road early out in October. I think I left the 3rd, January. I left the 3rd of January, got back on the 22nd. While I was out there, I know that we had IBR Padova, one race, one man, which is the indoor track in Italy that a lot of people freak out on. If you're a VRC guy, you've probably driven this track umpteen times on VRC. It's got a big step up. And happy birthday. We had said happy birthday to him, but Burak Kilik won this, I see. And look at Zankatine and his ginger hair. Who's that guy to his right?
Well, that's Theo Lemaire. So I think this race was crazy. So what happened was Barufalo and Berton both had issues in the main. So Barufalo started on pole, Berton started second. I think Berton was the TQ. And both of them had issues in the main. I think Berton had a flame out at some point, and Barufalo broke at 11 minutes. And also Polito had issues. I don't know about Berkan. I think he didn't really have the pace of Burak here. But yeah, it was really, weird race. It's always a interesting race because it's really cold and so on. But Burak ended up winning quite dominantly, I'd say. Not like a domination win, but he was pretty solid. And Sanketin with his new X-ray signing, finishing second, and Theo Lemaire. I think if I don't, he's an HP driver. He runs for Sismic and he runs for Nova Rossi, I think, or Nova.
That looks like a Nova hoodie right there. All right.
I think, So, but he's a French driver. He's made the Montpellier main before.
Yes.
He's a really promising young French driver, but he's not been as prominent. Like we haven't heard that much about him, and it's an interesting one. But I forgot to show this. But this is about the coldness of the race. So we have every year we see these tire warmers being used at this event because it's literally like right above the freezing, and usually it's it's indoors, so that it's really hard packed, the clay, and they run like thread tires, so no pin tires here. So
have you been to this track?
I've never been to this track personally, but obviously it's a very popular track.
Is it in like North Italy? That's why it's so cold, or?
It's like northern Italy, but I can't really tell where it is exactly. Okay. But it's northern Italy. Yeah, most of the Italian RC scene is located in the northern Italy.
Okay, all right. So we are going to focus on SIC the most because that was the biggest race out of this, but we'll talk about that last. So my journey started on the 3rd of January. I met up with Danny. We drove from Fort Lauderdale up to Lucama, North Carolina, to the Thunder Alley RC Speedway, World of RC. We went to the 3rd annual Beast of the East competition. So basically this is an indoor race, but it also has 10 skills. So I will say this, that the World of RC guys, I want to thank everybody for getting me up there, Chad Buckland, and everybody that got me up there. It is an absolutely beautiful facility. It has a very nice outdoor track, big, nice clay, big driver stand, big track. It has a very nice indoor track that I know you're not a big fan of it. It's the clay, dark clay track, like that beat, like we see now, you run on slicks and all that stuff. But I will say that this clay is really nice. It's like chocolate cake. Like that's how good it is. They have a big hobby shop. They have pretty good staff. It's like the indoor track, the inside track is indoor. That's a fairly decent size. It's mostly a dirt oval track. Max has got some video up here of it. If you are listening to this, go to Lisette. So he was there, and Brandon Schimmel were there. But at the same time as this race was going on, we had the clash going on at Hoosier Hobbyplex. We didn't put that in our notes, but it was a good race as well. So Lance was up there for that. I was her man. Your internet's buffering there, Max. Let it charge up a little bit, and then we'll look at it because it's really choppy.
This is the battle for third place. There's Josh Barrison at powder blue.
Take my volume off.
Orange car, Colton Furnari, the X-ray.
All right, so I'm gonna let's just let that charge up a little bit. Let it just pause it for a second, Max.
Oh, it's okay for me. I think it's because I'm sharing it. Maybe you should share the videos.
Okay, I'll share that. Just take it off. But so it was myself, Patrick, Gene Strout, and Danny. We made the trip up for this. So how this works is this is the Beast of the East. That's the name of the race. And basically they do, you have to run, you can run 4 classes, but you have to run 3 to be eligible for this. And it has to be either, so they have like a sportsman, intermediate, and pro version of this. So it can be, you have to run, let me figure this out. Let me say this properly. You have to run either 13, so they have a 13.5 sportsman, 17.5 sportsman, Ebuggy, and Nitro Buggy. Those are the 4 classes that count for points, right? So you can run, you can run all 4 of those classes, and they'll take your best 3 out of 4, or you have to run 3 of those classes to be eligible for the Beast of the East. So it's a sportsman. You can run sportsman. You can run a combination of sportsman like 17.5 buggy, 13.5 buggy, and E-buggy. You can run Nitro Buggy, E-buggy, 13.5 forward drive, whatever, right? Anyway, I have to say I was a little bit skeptical about running Nitro and 10 scale together, and because it's very hard to get a track that's good for both classes, right? You know, it's always hard. Like, you got to make it good enough. You got to make it so that the 10 scale cars can do it. You got to make it so that the 8 scale cars are challenged. And I have to say that they did it. So the track is actually pretty long. I don't know the actual dimensions of the track, but I think they absolutely, and I said this on the feed, they absolutely succeeded in building a track that was both good for, in my opinion, that was good for Nitro Buggy, Truggy, as well as 2-wheel drive buggy, right? Because it couldn't have more than 10 cars on it because it wasn't that big, but it was decent, you know? And so we'll start off with the Pro Nitro Buggy class here. I felt they built a very good track that allowed all classes to be challenged. There wasn't a jump that, like, every class could do the jumps, like the 2-wheel drive cars can do the big jumps, and the 10 and the 8 scale cars were challenged by the big jumps as well, if that makes sense. Not able to do them, but they got dug out. It was quite a bit of entrance there. They had a good bit of entrance. Brennan Schimmel and Lee Setzer were the 2 top guys that came over for this race. The reason they didn't have a lot of other top guys was because, like I said, this clashed with the actual clash at Hoosier Hobbyplex, which Lance was at, which was a huge, big 10 scale race, by the way. So I know they're going to think about changing the dates of this so they can get some more of that crowd on her. But it was a very good regional big race. But when I say regional, we had people from the Northeast coming on. We had a few people from the Midwest coming. And it was a good race. It was a little bit cold because it was cold up there in North Carolina. They did, when the Nitros on, they had these extraction fans on, and they did a good job of removing the nitro stuff, nitro fumes, and they had to open up the door. So that wasn't a problem. But it was some good racing, man. It was some generally good racing. I got to see the Kendall family, Mike Kendall, Chris Kendall, and his other brother. They were there. This is their home track. My buddy Mike Harris was there as well. These people, you are very fortunate to have this as a home track. It's very nice. Let's bring up this video of it. So they
also have outdoor track next to it, which you have the Florida RC Championships too.
No, Florida doesn't come up here.
Okay,
this is in North Carolina. Florida RC Championships is in Florida.
Oh, I thought maybe you guys did a race here before, but I remember.
No, I've never been here before. Never been here before.
I'm confused then, but okay, makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Florida RC Championships.
Yeah, but they also have, outdoor track, right?
Yeah, they have a big outdoor track.
Yeah, they
Like-
have in the same facility. But they have indoor
Yeah, they
and-
have a big outdoor track outside, like with really good clay and all this type of stuff. So here we are watching that's Jake Steichlather, I think. Here is the Pro Nitro Buggy. No, there's Jake Steichlather out there in his new HB. That's where those guys are doing the calling. So this was a good battle. We had local fast guys like Will McIver, Jake Steichlather, Don Elliott. I don't think either Brennan or Lee ran Nitro Buggy because they knew they were gonna. Well, Lee was like, I'm running Nitro Buggy at SIC the next week. But we had young Colton Furinari who was running X-Ray, and he came on from the Northeast and he kicked ass, man. This young, he's 14 years old. He kicked ass, Italian guy. There's Colton right there, actually. And he kicked ass. He done well. And it was a good, exciting, man. You can see it's not the big, there was pit lane right there. So you drove up there to drive your pit. And it was a very challenging little track. I love that jump. Like people would jump into the face of that. We saw a lot of exciting racing, like lots of passing. Oh, there's Colton. He made a mistake right there. Now, by this time, people are left, but all this was full of people all around. This is like Sunday evening. So a lot of people went home, but all of that was full of people. I was back here. The hobby shop's right there where that glass is. So people could come in the hobby shop. They can look out and see the racing as well. But excellently beautiful facility up there in Lucama. Very fortunate to have it, in my opinion. And I thought I enjoyed myself up here. And what was good is we actually put it. We usually stay in the camper, but Lance had the camper, so we actually had to get an Airbnb, which was about 20 minutes away. And we actually stayed in an old like plantation farm place. So this is it's actually used for weddings. And so right next to it was like a wedding venue. And we were staying in like the cottage that I guess the bride and the groom would use. And it was beautiful up there, man. It was like, we rarely get to stay in nice big places like that, right? So it was a good break, and I enjoyed it. It was cold. I was a little bit sick as well, so you can hear it in my voice, but it was a good event. I'm trying to bring up the results of the Triple Crown. Maybe you have it here. Let's see. Here we go. So the Triple Crown is what it's called. And so we had in Pro Nitro Buggy, who won that was Colton Fernari, followed by my boy Javon Mallory. It was good to see him. Will McIver. Travis Jones, Mike Kendall. Mike Kendall's old school TLR guy. He's been with TLR for 27 years. And it's him and his two sons that race up here. He's from SoCal originally. So it was good hearing some old stories from him. And it was a good event, and I know that the owner of it, the Chad Buckland is his name. He owns the actual facility. I know they are committed to making this race bigger and better. So they want to do things. So the Triple Crown winner actually was a young up and coming racer named Mad Maddie Long. She won the intermediate. Lee Setzer won the pro version, and there was another guy, his name was Nicholas Jordan. So I want to talk about Nicholas Jordan. He ran an absolute stock TLR tuned Armor Typhon in his Ebuggy race and kicked ass with it. Now his first qualifier, I think so, he ran into like a car on the straightaway here and broke a shock tower. But dude, he bumped up from like the B and won the A with a completely stock freaking Typhon. Not a Typhoon, it's a Typhon.
Yeah, I think people really underestimate that car. It's like actually a really solid first car for if you want to get into buggy racing.
Yeah. And I just have to give some props to young Colton. He did really well. I first met him and his father at LCRC in Pennsylvania at the Nationals. And did a good job. 14 years old, coming up, competing against some of the fastest guys in the Southeast. Jake Steichlather, who I'm watching right now, is a very fast guy. Don Elliott, Will McIver, these guys are all stalwarts of that region of racing. And you can see it's a little tight, but hey, it made for some good racing here on this small track. Probably, I will say this, probably the best all-around track I have seen that was good for both 8 scale and and 10 scale racing, in my opinion. I haven't seen a track like this in a long time. So it was a great day of racing up there. It was a great facility. I enjoyed it. Congratulations to, I'll bring them up right now. I have them. Let's show them. Congratulations. Lee Setzer and those guys came out there. They had fun, and they had fun. So Lee, I think Lee ran like Ebuggy 13.5 and 17.5. Mad Maddie ran Nitro Buggy, Ebuggy, and 13.5. Just this young lady is getting super fast. And like her whole family is dedicated to RC. So it's her stepdad, who's the Rusty, he's the mechanic, he's a racer. So, and her mom, she's also there. But then her dad, her real dad, Mr. Wayne Long, he's also very heavily involved. They all get along. They all go to the race. Like Wayne doesn't go to all the races, but he's at this one. And they are all about this young lady racing. And she's from Virginia. She has her own track. And I've watched this young lady, Mad Maddie Long, and then she's scared to get interviewed. So I'm always trying to get her to come out of her shell and interview. She's getting more comfortable. And then I say, I know what you're telepathically saying to me. And she just starts laughing. But this young lady has definitely, I watched her over the last year racing at a lot of races, and she has improved a lot. And she is only about 13, and she is getting faster and faster each race. Very good. Very impressive with this young lady. And the whole dynamic, the whole family racing and all that type of stuff. So they're very serious about it. And they all work together to make sure that she races the best. And then there's Nick right there, who came in the Sportsman class, who won it. So great concept, Nicholas Jordan. Great concept there. I liked it. I was happy to be up there. It was great to see another track and all of that good stuff. So thank you to Chad. Thank you to everybody that got us up there. We greatly appreciate it. That was our first race of this 3-week tour that we went on there. Then after that, and congratulations to all the winners up there, especially, and everybody that came out. And thank you to everybody that showed me some love up there. I greatly appreciate it too. And we're already been to, we'll be back next year. I think he's going to put the date a little later in the month of January. Now, speaking of that, we also had the Clash of Champions. Now, I don't know, while I'm talking about this, maybe you can bring it up. So the Clash of Champions is at Hoosier RC Hobbyplex, which is in Indiana. This is a big 10-scale glue track. So it's glue. Eddie Hanley and the Hanley family own it. I got the pleasure of meeting him at Masters of Dirt last year. Nice guy. Lance went up there to do the RD work, and I believe Mod was up there doing the coverage, so they did have coverage. If you want to find it on Mod, I think Dakota Fenn kicked ass up her, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think this race was the first event of.
What was the same weekend as Beast of the East?
Yeah.
Same weekend as Padova, same weekend as Beast of the East. All that good stuff. Let's bring up the results.
I had the wrong event. So
okay, look up the Clash.
Yeah.
Clash of Champions. I will look up the video from Mod.
Yeah, so basically for Mod class, actually it was Champion who won tool drive.
Okay.
But Rivkin was all the way down in 6th, because if I remember correctly, it was that he broke in A3. So it was this. It was the B7.
Oh yeah, it was the B7 debut. That's what it was. Yeah. I knew it was something extra special about this.
Yeah. So B7 debut. Rivkin was looking pretty good, but then in A3 he broke. So in the end, it was actually Champion who won, and Davey Bader was 2nd. So that's pretty good.
Bader did really well.
And then Cole Tollard rounded out the podium for TLR.
EFT.
And then Fenn was all the way down in 4th in tool drive, and Cavallari 5th. And the best associated, if I'm looking at this right, is at 6th with Spencer, and Dustin 8th, and then Tom from R1 rounded out the pro class in tool drive. So, which I have no clue what David Bader drives. I've seen him before. Okay, so he was actually the best B7 then, I bet.
Yeah, but he also earns Coyote Hobbies, and that's a glue track too.
Okay, so maybe he has more experience on surface like this, but did he run B7? Maybe he ran B6.
No, I'm pretty sure he ran the B7.
Yeah, I think everyone. Yeah, I think everyone ran B. But I think he's a very new guy in the mod. I think he was running stock still like a year or two back.
Yeah. He's just made the move up to mod. I think maybe last year.
Yeah,
and he's definitely again. He's our Born of Crime's best friend. There's Jeff Stacks and Kyle Go. Kyle Go making that debut on his new. He's running Associated Privateer from TLR. Yeah, it was a good looking race. You know who they had doing commentary? His name's Shane Moulton. I met him. He works for A-Main. He's actually in charge of the Hobbyton stuff. So he came up there because A-Main was a big sponsor of this, and he's from South Africa, right? So this actually sounded like he was doing the commentary. I enjoyed it. I felt like I was watching a cricket match the way he was talking.
Yeah.
And he was like, as the track beds in, and I was like, yeah, I love this guy. He was good. He's a guy I like to do commentary with because we could do a lot of cricket animals. I met him at the Nationals last year because he works for A-Main. Good guy. He did all of the commentary. In stock, I think Talon Hanley kicked ass. It was him in 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, and I think Doug Leverrier won truck. But Talon, this is his home track as well. We're actually watching the A2 main of 13.5. No, I think Stacks did really well here too. Jeff Stacks in second right now.
So
you know who kicked ass? Brian Dunbar in a Yokomo. Old school. Brian Dunbar comes here and makes the main with all these young stock guys.
So there's so many classes I'm lost, like what is what. But basically, it looks like what's independent tool?
Independent is like, so independent 2-wheel drive or 13.5 is you can't have any sponsors.
Okay, so I guess then
that's not like
expert.
So stock, yeah,
expert tool drive is like the okay. So basically, Henley won tool drive. Stats was second. Doug Lavier was fifth. Kyle Goff was in fourth. Colin Mine's third. Rest of these guys I haven't really heard of. And then for full drive, it was Henley winning. Then Jeff Statsgate second and Kyle Goff third. These seem to be always on the top with the stock. I think
no, they're the top stock. Well, I would say that Jeff Stacks, Kyle Go, Lavidia are the 3 top stock racers in America.
Doug
Henley's
have
very
a good weekend.
too.
Doug ended up 10th in full drive, so he didn't have a good weekend. But for 4-wheel drive, Mod Fend won, and then Champlin second, Ripkin third, and Chase Lemieux. I don't know why but Chase Lemieux didn't run Mod 2-wheel drive, but he ran Mod 4-wheel drive.
Okay.
Oh wait.
Well, I know that I know Kai
What did I watch before?
I don't know.
I was looking at Clash. What's Mod 2-wheel drive Clash?
Oh, that's a whole different race.
Okay, because the results I said from 2-wheel drive was before that.
That's not like a A2, A3. That was a money race. I think Brock Champlin won that.
So Champlin, you was right. So it was Fend who won the Mod Buggy, and then Tollard second, and then it was Ripkin third. I was confused. I was so confused, but yeah, okay. Now it makes more sense. And Tom from R1 fourth, David Bada was fifth, Champlin sixth, Cavallari, Horn, Sontag, and then Chase was 10th. But then in Mod 4 drive, Chase was fourth, David Bada fifth. Oh, Joe Bornhorst went to this race.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, one funny fact, Joe Bornhorst is in Europe right now.
He's in Austria right now.
He's going to the next EOS.
I like that. That's awesome to see. So happy about that. I'm so happy to see him going over there.
Okay, so the B7 got a podium. I was wrong. This is like, I could rant again about the amount of classes because I'm just looking at the results and I can't fucking make it up. And I'm like, I do RC every day, you know? I follow these races and I still can't fucking know what's what. Like,
well,
what
that
the hell?
Clash confused you.
Yeah, but even like what the fuck's like Indy?
Indy is it's basically like a.
Yeah, I know it's like you don't have sponsors.
Yeah, it's a class where you don't have sponsors because stock. It's like in between novice and stock, I would say.
Yeah.
So it's for people who it's still using the same motor as like a 13.5 or 17.5 and 2-wheel drive. It isn't like 21.5 is using a whole different motor, but it's basically, it's like these guys are like the pro athletes of stock that we're watching right now. And the other guys, they're like, I guess it's like, I want to say sportsman stock. That's the best way I could describe it.
Yeah, I think it's just crazy.
Hey, we're not even getting on that right now.
Let me show you the classes. Like, how the fuck do you made up what's what here? Can you put it up?
Well, hold on. Let me see. Max wants to talk about classes.
Okay, I should have probably known, looked at this before we did this podcast. But look at this. Look at the amount of classes. And, there's actually just 3 different cars here. Is there even stadium truck? Oh, short course. So 4 different classes. But what the fuck?
You know what they did do? They had I think on a Friday or Thursday, they had a endurance spec race with like 18 cars on the track. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, but I do think actually, just to have a very small tangent, I do think the new type of stock that we currently have, I think it makes sense. Just call it spec, because I like the fact that we have essentially, the same as like in motocross, there's 250, 450. In NASCAR, there's trucks, and then there's the Sprint Cup, which are essentially like the trucks. They have the same. They all have 2 frames, so it doesn't really make a difference. And yeah, I think it's actually a welcome thing in RC. But next step is limiting Mod 2. Limiting the engine size, because I think right now it's a bit silly. Like, I think there's just too much power on a lot of these races. I think.
Yeah, you said this before. You said this before. You think that stock should be faster?
I think we should have, it's hard to say because now the motors are so much faster. But at least in Europe we run the stock. When we run stock, it's 13.5 for two-wheel drive.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I think it should be 13.5 for both two-wheel drive and full drive, and then mod would be like 7.5 or 8.5.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Or then 6.5 blinky, whichever is better.
All right. Well, it was a good race. It's the first big 10-scale race of the year. It was huge, and this is a race I want to go to be honest.
Yeah.
So,
the track, I have to say, that looked amazing, and the level of competition it's crazy in America because, we have all these big events like DNC, PMB. I feel like everyone talks about these races. All the big guys are going. It's like crazy. 10 scale kind of goes under the radar a lot of times. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like much less hype for, what was it called? The Clash.
well,
Clash
that's because you're not really paying attention to 10 scale in America.
Yeah, it could be.
Could
be that, but
I am.
Yeah.
So it was a good race. I wanted to get Born a Crime on to talk about it while I was away, but he got sick.
Yeah.
So stop getting sick, Born a Crime.
Yeah.
He was not working for Hobby Wing. So he was there as a Hobby Wing representative. He didn't race. He went there to he was with Charlie Swanka, and he was kind of there. He did run, but he didn't race. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Let's move on. Let's talk about the other races. Then we'll come back to SIC. So then after Beast of the East, I went to SIC. We'll talk about that. But then my last race to attend was the first round of the Florida RC Championships that were held January 19th to 20th in Apopka, Florida at Dean's All Out. Oh, man, this was such a stressful race leading up to, because the weather was actually really bad leading up to. It was a lot of rain, so people weren't sure if it was going to happen or not. Dude, this race sold out. Now, Lance has a lot of season passes that are sold out, so after that, we get more entries. So this race sold out in 90 seconds on RC Sign Up. I actually met the guy, Bobby Phillips, who runs RC Sign Up. He was racing. He's back in RC. Great dude. And it literally, so Lance is like, man, I don't know what to do. Like, I have so many. I remember the whole week, people were just messaging him. he actually had to. He was like, how can we do this? And we was thinking about it. I was like, well, Lance, you're just gonna have to figure out how to do it. We're gonna have to go late, right? And he didn't like. He has a cap. He wants to keep it at a cap. He doesn't want to go over the cap because he wants to get out there at a decent time. But he was like, the only reason I'm going over this cap is because there are people that have been with the series from the inception that did not get into race.
Yeah.
And there's a people I don't want to say no to. So we ended up having quite a bit of racers. And then like leading up to this was like, is the track going to be ready? Because it was rainy. It's Florida. It was muddy. Oh my gosh. And so we got there like Wednesday night and Dean was rolling the track. It had dried out. And then I think it rained that night. Thursday, it rained most of the day. I was like, I can't believe this is happening. And then, we kind of just chilled out Thursday. I was sitting, this is one of the races where I actually got to just hang out with people. And so I was hanging out with like Tony Pattershaw, Jake and Trent and a couple other guys. We were sitting over by the fire pit over by Turner's trailer and just talking. We was up to about 1 just talking. And dude, this is Thursday night and people were just rolling in. Like people were just rolling in campers, trailers. I was like, it was nonstop. Like one guy would come, two people would come. I was like, people are still coming to this race. Now, a few people pulled out. Dude pulled out of it because of weather. Dude, Friday came and it was like wet. Nobody knew what we was going to do. Dean was out there rolling it, blah, blah, blah. And then it started like a drizzle, like a mist coming down. And we was just like, okay, Lance is like, this race isn't going to be, I was like, no, it's going to happen. What's going to happen? So in the end, when it stopped drizzling, he had Dean had a big front loader, big giant full scale like load out there, putting dry clay on and all that stuff. So the track was muddy. So what Patrick done was he hopped on the full wheel, took the drag, and dragged the track for like an hour, just went and done laps. It was amazing. And I was like, it was like he put spikes on, then put spikes up. Then they had this like flat rubber heavy mat that they just ran around the track. Dude, he had that track ready to go in an hour. And like Gene and a couple other volunteers and Lance were out there shoveling and doing stuff. They got the track. Now it was muddy. They got on the track about 4:00 Friday afternoon. But when it's a muddy track like that, nobody wants to go on it, but cars have to go on it. So some brave souls went out there and they went on it. And then it was like a domino effect. People were like, oh, well, I'm going. Now some people didn't go. And I was like, all right, this track's going to be good. We finished up about 9 that night. Dude, when me and Danny had to go to Walmart, right? Mate, when we went to Walmart and we drove on, like you would never see this track from the road. It's like just you can't see it. When we saw the amount of people and cars and vehicles parked there, I was like, holy crap. This is a one-day race.
Yeah, 179 individual people, 304 entries, one-day race. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And so we were going to do a full program. The schedule was to do a full program and be out of there by 11 on Saturday. So practice happened at 7. People also got to practice at 7, and we started at 8 on the dot. Then about 10 o'clock, we had a power outage. And that destroyed the decoder or something. And so it took 2 hours to figure out what was wrong with it. That was 2 hours. So in the end, and then we had a loop issue. So Lance had to change the loop, put a new loop in there and all this type of stuff. That cost about, I watched a guy change the loop in like 15 minutes. Anyway, the decision was made that we weren't going to run A2s because we were just going to get out of there too late. And everybody was happy with that. But everybody still got the long nitro mains and everybody got the A1s. And we got done by 12:41.
So.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a long day, dude. But we got done. It was the first round of it. And I know I just have to say, like, a big kudos to Patrick, Gene, Lance, and everybody else that volunteered. As I've gotten to go around Lance and that guy, he goes above and beyond to make shit happen, right? He went out, bought nails. He spent $200 on nails for the track, $200 on pipe for the track, all this type of stuff, right? Out there shoveling, doing all this type of stuff. He would not stop. See, and I think people really appreciated that. And I think even with all the rain and all that stuff, it was a great fucking opening round. I had fun. I enjoyed it with some good racing. Yes, it was a long day. It was cold, but I enjoyed it. It was good to see all my Florida RC family. Everybody's asking me if I'm coming to the 10 scale rounds, and I know the next round is going to be at Sundancers for 8 scale, which is coming up shortly. I wish I could go, but we're not. So it was a great event, and what I consider to be the best 1/8 scale series in the world, period. To get the one-day race done like that and get people adequate track time with 2 qualifiers and all that type of stuff, this is a good race. And the amount of people that showed up, and I'm sure people that didn't show up are kicking themselves because they didn't go, was good. And he's going to have the first round of the 10 scale series coming up this weekend, right? So I don't know if you know this. He's got a novice class where he has handout cars. So he went out and bought 16 of those associated RB10s or whatever, like the ready to run 2-wheel drive cars. The only you change on them is tires because each track is specific, right? But you get a car, you give it back the way you got it. You have to, so if you break it, you have to pay to get it fixed, right? You pay for parts, you get it fixed. So that's 16 of those novice class. That's sold out. He has a bunch of learner 21.5 motors for people who don't have a 21, who want to run a 21.5 class, but don't have a motor. So they can borrow that motor and run a 21.5 class. And he just went to Exalt yesterday and got a bunch of 17.5 motors as well to learn out to people for his 10 scale series. And the 10 scale series is sold out as well. The first race is at New Red. It's an indoor glue track. So I will say this, the Florida RC Championships, Lance McDonald and his crew have been the reason why Florida 8 scale racing's at where it's at right now. And in my opinion, as a person that's spent a lot of time in Florida over the last year, I think Florida is probably one of the healthiest, most booming RC economies when it comes to 8 scale in the world, especially in America. And now 10 scale has a lot of 10 scale tracks, but now he's putting some organization to that as well. They're actually going to have another 10 scale track opening up. And other good news is we found this out while we was there that, because they used to have Southside where the 2018 Nationals were. Mm-hmm. So that track, what happened with that track, it's still there, still exists, everything's there. They made a retention pond and cut the parking in half. So he couldn't get a lot of people in there, can't get RVs in there. They have relocated that. The city is going to build them a track, covered 8 scale track, not a little small pissy track, a big track, like 100 by 200 or something like that, covered area. And it's going to be a full up, and it's scheduled to be done by summertime this year. So Florida is like central Florida, because that's central north. That's Shire North. Lake City is going to get probably Florida's first covered 8 scale track. So then you wouldn't have to worry about weather. You just go to Lake City and have the race. So lots of positive things, and they're getting another covered track up in the Panhandle, up in B&T, which is far away. So lots of positive things going on in Florida. It was some great racing. I think like Julian Oliveras, he won Ebuggy, and he won Pro Ebuggy, Pro Nitro Buggy. A lot of the guys, I could have a whole podcast just about this series with people there. So what happens, a lot of the guys that were running intermediate last year have now bumped up to pro. Like guys like Miller Freud. By the way, Miller Freud, positive thoughts sent out to you. He just found out that he's got a tumor on that he's going to get operated on. A young racer, very good. I was talking to his father the other day. So our positive vibes sent out to you. Good luck with your operation. Luckily, it's nothing too bad, but they're going, it's still nerve-wracking. He moved up, JP Science. All these guys are moving up. So it's like a training ground for these young guys now. Like they want to come up and they want to race against the pro guys. And he brought back short course. There was 2 heats of short course truck. It was good. Shout out to my boy Gene Strout Jr., who won Ebuggy, Sport Open Ebuggy. He was not the fastest on the track, but he was the most consistent, and he won. And I was so proud of him. It ended up being a very good weekend. I enjoyed it, and I will say this, not just because I'm involved in it and these are my friends. This is a very good series. If you're in Florida and you can hit up one of these series, Go check it out. And good luck to everybody at the 10 scale series this weekend. I think it's going to be great. And yeah, man, it's good to see positive things like that happen to RC. Now, you might say that's too many entries. You might say that's too many classes. But trust me, it was a big brainstorming. Like, he did not want to have all those entries. Like, he wants to keep it at a capped entry. He wants to keep it at this amount of people, but it was just so popular. And he said, it's a big debate. It's like, I can't have it happen again. He's got a good problem.
Yeah, but has there been like any consideration of like 2-day?
Yes,
event?
A lot of people want to call for 2 days, but he does not want to do that. He wants to keep it where everybody, because it's going to be, so a 2-day event means you kind of have to be there Thursday. Now, there are people that are there Thursday.
No, but I mean like you start at Saturday morning and you end like, let's say noon on Sunday, or not noon, like 3-4 p.m., maybe 6 p.m. latest on Sunday, so people can still get home.
The Sunday racing in itself is a very hard thing because people want to have that day off.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
To relax and get back to work. But people are talking about it. I don't know what's going to happen. I think he wants to keep it as he wants to keep it as a 1-day event, and he wants to keep to his cap. But he just said, I couldn't do it because people just like people that have done the series have just were unable to get in, so
yeah,
it was great. I'm happy to be involved in that, man, and I'm looking forward. I really wish I was going to the Sundances race next month, but I think I'll definitely be at the Callahan race, which is up in Jacksonville. That will be the race before I go to Portugal, and he's having a banquet in March that I'm going to, so he has a banquet too where he gives away a whole bunch of shit ton of stuff. Like, you win stuff for winning the series and all. That's why people take this stuff seriously, man. All right. So check out the Florida RC Championships. This weekend, they will be running the first round of the 10 scale series. And I look forward to that. All right. Moving on. And also, thank you to everybody. It was fun. I had a blast. And thank you for everybody that showed me stuff and bought some shirts. I appreciate that. We'll have shirts for sale at the event on a regular because Lance will have them. All right. So we had, I think this is Ronnefalk's. So we got a little bit of on-road racing. We had the GP3F race in Longwy, France. That was January 8th and 21st. Orlowski wins this in dominating fashion over Bruno Coelho and Ronald Volker. I think Ronnefalk went to this race too, right?
Yeah, Ronnefalk was there. I think like pretty much all the top guys from Europe was there. I can't remember if Reinhard was there. He could have maybe not gone. But yeah, very strong field. And apart from Bruno taking one round of qualifying when Orlowski had a mistake, Orlowski just was dominant all weekend long. I think they have been running a new Schumacher prototype. Obviously, X-Ray has the X4 now, but yeah, Orlowski has been looking really solid, and this race was just the first, and then he won A1, A2, TK'd all about one round of qualifying. Yeah, he was good. He was really good.
All right, let's go on to ETS round 5 at dawn. Our driver Pecco was there, and he had a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, so basically, again, same story as the GP3 France. He was Orlowski. I think he was top of practice, but yeah, he TQ'd all rounds of qualifying. He won all rounds of practice. He won A1, A2. He was just totally unbeatable the whole weekend. No one even got really close to him. There was also 2 other Schumacher drivers to main, Pecco being 1, and then also Mattia Collina. So 3 Schumachers in the main. I believe all of them are running the new prototype. So I'm excited to see if they figured out something really cool or if they just iron out the previously existing package. But I have to say that Orlowski is looking really solid for a Touring World Championship later this year. Because they're going to have the 10 scale touring car world championships this year, and I don't know. like Bruno could be close, obviously, because he's always really good. But Orlowski is just, no matter if it's asphalt, if it's carpet, he's been looking really, really solid. So if I was his competition, I'd be a little bit scared. But
if you're a better man, you'd be betting on Orlowski, the Punisher.
Oh, right now, yeah, he's looking good. It'd be interesting to see during the spring of how it develops. But yeah, for other people who kind of surprised me was Adam Issei. So he's been running. I believe he's actually the stock or spec class European champion in touring, or at least he finished in the podium last year. And he's also been, number one in spec for ETS for quite a bit. And he raced, I think, 3 classes at this event. So he raced modified, then he raced front wheel drive, and then he also raced spec 13.5. So, and he won front wheel drive. He finished second in spec and second in modified. And I think this is his best, top result, or first top result in modified. And yeah, a second place for him. I'd say most people don't really know who he is. So that's a really good run for him.
Awesome.
Mark Reinhardt, third with Automatics, and then Lucas Urban and Simon Lotte with Automatics completing top 5. And then Velker in 6th, Pekko Ivinen, as we said before, he had a really solid, he finished 4th in one run of qualifying, and he was solid all weekend long. He had, I think he even had the best lap of the weekend. So Pekka did some good runs, and then Christopher Krapp and Yannick Brumper were with their Yokomos in the main, and then Jan Ratajski also made it in the show in modified. He's also known for being more of a stock and Formula driver in ETS. One name I'm gonna shout out is Dominic Greiner. He won the B final, so we talked about it before.
Bullshit.
Yeah, he's the maximum bullshit guy. But yeah, he started focusing on electric touring, and first race, I guess it's okay. He's the only one running Serpent at this level, and he made it almost to main. So pretty good run, but. Yeah, I think that this year is going to be the world year for touring cars. It's going to be really, really interesting to see which drivers are doing well, which are not. But right now, I put my money on Orlowski.
Interesting. All right, we'll go into the race that happened this past weekend. It was the TNR Challenge held at the Dirt. Chris Nelson's race. Was good to talk to Chris. I told him good luck at this race. It was not held at Proline Raceway. It was held at the Dirt. And a lot of people thought it was at Proline, but Daniel Adams was, it was Daniel Adams was doing the scoring for it. So I think he had the whole loop from.
Yeah, because I was like, the pictures. I was looking at the pictures. I'm like, oh yeah, they're at Paris. Then I went to Live RC. It said the Proline Raceway. I was like,
no, a lot of people were confused by that.
Yeah,
a lot of people were confused by that. Degani rented this race. He called me yesterday to tell me about his race and his perfect operation. He says my perfect operation, Richard Saxton, was applied, and but this race is last year had a whole bunch of entrants. It was at Thunder Alley. This year wasn't as many entrants, which was fine. I know he gives away a lot of stuff at this race as well. In IC Buggy, it was Rivkin, Mayfield, Lutz. Actually, Rivkin made a really good pass on Mayfield for this. In EP Buggy, it was Mayfield, Ogden, and Contreras. This is like his home track. Actually, Frankie Contreras' dad messenger. I got to go respond to that message as well. I just saw it, and then I forgot to go talk to him. And in IC Truggy, it was Mayfield, Heckert, and Rivkin. So Heckert had a good run in truck as well. Let's bring up some video of the track so people can have a look at it. It was a super cross track had some huge jumps. When I saw this, I forget how big the dirt is, and how much space it is.
It's kind of misleading because we really haven't had a race here for a while, because last year we raced at the really small one.
So here is the TNR Fuels 40 plus A main truck. Oh man, is that me? My internet acting up, or is that what's going on?
I think it's in slow motion.
Oh yeah, okay. I was wondering what's going on here. Okay, so there we see Mod did the coverage for it, and hers, I think that's Rhonda Drake we're following right now. And it was a lot of jumps on her. I talked to a few people. The weather was very windy. It was a little bit cold for people. So kind of like what DNC weather is, to be honest.
Yeah.
That was a big send-it jump. But yeah, Rivkin and the AE guys were out there testing for the weekend of SIC. So no surprise that they did well there. Let me take that off. Big step up. I like step ups like that. Man, lots of jumps at this track. It was packed. Look at all that. That looks like DNC out there for those campers and stuff there. So yeah, good stuff. It was a good race. Seemed to be successful. Did get finished kind of late on Sunday night. So I know everybody was tired.
Oh,
see, that's the difference. Oh, so you see the difference is over on the West Coast, they don't mind racing on Sundays. On the East Coast, it's very rare to see that. But yeah, good event.
You know what's crazy?
Yes. No.
This event had less people than the Florida RC Championships.
It did it.
It had 178 people. The Florida RC Championships had 179.
Okay, so one person less. But I have way more interest because it's a bunch of classes.
Yeah, but it was interesting to me because it was a 3-day event.
But they also had 4 rounds of qualifying.
Yeah.
And I think there was like double mains for B mains, 45-minute for lower mains. So Greg called me up to tell me about his 40-plus main, and he was like, I got into Saxton right in the beginning, and he was all frazzled, and he said it was an honest mistake. And then he said that him and Brian Eider, owner of HRCR, who's going to have the Nats this year, he and Saxton and him got in together, and they had words on the driver's stand, and you know, Greg, he eggs that on, and it seemed like it was you know, less a SoCal race, and it seemed like it was good. And congratulations to Rivkin on taking the win. Like I said, Greg said that I wasn't there. I was listening a little bit last night to Chase talk about this race on Wheel and Trigger. I honestly did not watch much of it because honestly, past weekend, I just tried to chill and take some time off and spend with my family at home. So I wasn't watching too much RC. But it looks like a great event. Last year, I know it was a little bit too much interest. It was plagued with also having a curfew at Thunder Alley, and people weren't happy. But it seems like everybody that I've talked to have come off happy about this. And that's good. So great event for TNR and Chris. Good to see him out there doing this again. I'm happy for him. And it sounds like I know they gave away a lot of stuff. And yeah, so congratulations, Rivkin. I mean, it's a good warm-up race for the DNC coming up here in March, I would say as well. So
oh yeah, they ran a lot of mains because they had so many classes, so then they all got like a 45-minute main.
Yeah, it was a lot of runtime at this race. A lot of runtime. Not on to Frankie Contreras. It's gonna be interesting to see what Contreras does at DNC because this is like his home track, right? So yeah. I still want to see Contreras leave and go to different races, though. I definitely want to see him do that.
Yeah,
I hope that happens at some point.
Can we watch the buggy start?
Actually, let me see. Do you know what race it is?
You can click from the notes. I put it there.
Okay. Oh, Max is all fancy. He said I can click from the notes. Okay. Buggy start live stream.
Yeah, you just click that and you go.
Ooh, fancy, Maxi.
We're improving things here at the NNRC. Hopefully it works.
Okay, hold on for a second. I do have it here. Something about the start you must want to talk about then.
I want to see if there's chaos.
All right, so let me just rewind it a little bit. So here's the start of the Pro Buggy A final. Oh, hold on. There we go. Everybody's getting warmed up. If you are listening to this on the YouTube channel, please, on audio only, please go over and check it out. I'll go forward a little bit.
I think it's interesting how like sometimes Rivkin's really good. Like this race, he just went over and won, and then some races he's
Well,
struggling.
from what I heard, that so this is what I'm heard. I'm not gonna say where I heard it from, but I heard they're just really thrashing on that new car, trying to get it working.
That's interesting. That's really interesting.
So something I'm not happy with.
Yeah, but I think it's been clear since they released the B4 that his results have significantly dropped.
Yeah, but didn't they just release a new car?
Yeah, but it's pretty much the same car that was running at the end of last year. So,
all right. So
I think he's had issues for a while.
Here's what they started: the 45-minute Pro Buggy A main. They started that berm. So that's the berm that Greg was talking about. It's Ryan Mayfield, Franklin Contreras, Spencer Rivkin, Ryan Lutz, Spencer Heckert, Adam Drake, Wiggins, Lime, Ogden, Cavallari, Fenster, Pavitas, Arredondo, Spinrad, Jermaine, and Steve Harris. So some sparkly sparkles here because Cav and Pavitas are running this Sparko.
Yeah, I think it's interesting now that they have it here because this is like a literal warm up for all those guys who are going to DNC. Oh, and by the way, just today, David Ronnefalk released his schedule, and he'll be going to DNC.
Oh, I know that. I know it's going to DNC. It's going to Montpellier first.
Yeah,
so here's the start.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that was a good start. There's Contreras right behind him, and Rivkin not too far back. So Mayfield's up front. Ooh, this track's pretty big.
Yeah,
that jump was incredibly big. You know who I heard was really faster than her? Your dad, Bartholomew Baker.
Yeah, didn't he win like the TMT buggy or whatever? What's that called?
Probably. I don't know about. Mayfield.
Oh, dang.
Checked up. Oh.
Oh, dang.
All right. So these three kind of. I have not watched this. I probably should.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Somebody messed up back there. That was Contreras. He looks like somebody made Contreras was drawing it to third now. So it's Rivkin and Mayfield pulling out.
Yeah, this is a crazy layout. But why didn't Joey make the track if this is at his place?
I don't know. Maybe they wanted Vestergaard to build it. I don't know. I don't know.
Is there like people think in the West Coast Vestergaard's now better than Joey? I remember like 10 years ago it was like Joey's the only guy who can build tracks in America, you know.
Well, I mean, there's definitely a different style of track between both of them.
Yeah.
Like whereas Vestergaard's more supercrossy, bigger jumps, and Joey has more like he likes his 6-packs and all that stuff. I don't know why he built it or not. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure at all. But yeah,
I don't think it's gonna be the track. Oh, dang. I thought because I watched the start and before and it was quite wild, but I kind of forgot all this. Like it looks funny to me, like how chaotic it is at times.
Well, Rivkin and Mayfield are pulling away. All right.
Yeah, the track. I don't know. I kind of when I looked at it, the track. I feel the tracks like this. It looks too difficult to race on. You know. That's my stance on this.
It does look like that jump out there looks very. I would not want to be jumping that jump way out there, but I mean, it is what it is. So I see Cavallari got a top 5. Great debut for the sparkly Sparko. Lutz in a 3rd. Pavitas got a 6th. Ogden a 7th. Contreras ended up 8th. Cameron Line 9th. Drake 10th. Jermaine in 11th. Heckert all the way down in 13th. Interesting stuff. All right. Let's move on to the next big race that we had. Everybody wants to talk about it. And that was the Southern Indoor Championships held at Oktagaville, Alabama. My first time going to this race ever. It's indoor. It's the first race time event. It is in an indoor building. It's probably one of the smaller. It's not that small. It's about the size of AMS, I would say. Maybe a little bit bigger than AMS. I think AMS is the smallest one. It's literally out in the field. We got calls around you. You wake up, you're like you have calls as your alarm clock. So we headed off there. We ended up leaving. We came home from the Beast of the East. Danny and I spent a night at Lance's, and then Tuesday we was on the road again, and we were beat. So we got to SIC. We had set up a lot of stuff over there. It was also testing out where I was going to be pitting. Like I was calling the race, and I was sharing a tent with Gene and Patrick, and they were racing. Bobby was like fully in charge because like Dave he wasn't there. Dave was he let Bobby take charge of this. It was Bobby and Jacob and those guys who did all the work there for this weekend, and Dave kind of stayed home. He's going to be at PMB. So we got there. This was a lot of excitement because this is like the official kickoff of the 8 scales season, I would say, in America. So all the big names are there except for Cavallari, the Cavallari, Aidenhorn, Pavitas, Rivkin, right? They were all at the dirt testing. So this race was held from let's go back up here. It was the 11th to 14th. It was in Ottawa. You have Coleman. Coleman is where AMS is. So lots of hype going into this. Coleman is actually farther away than this, so it's a lot longer drive. So there's lots of hype.
Up again.
You messed up, Lance. You messed up, man. Lance will get upset that I called you Lance. You messed up, Maxie.
What does it say on Live RC? It says again, it's Coleman, Alabama.
No, it's Ottawaville, Alabama. Coleman is where AMS.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, well, it is what it is.
So lots of hype going into this because obviously we have lots of new people on their new rides. I think all eyes were probably on the Fuller brothers who came in here on their new S-Works rides. Brand new cars, never even hit the track with them, so they were kind of on the back foot from the very beginning. Brandon Rose on his new J Concepts tires, but also coming in here on the S-Works tires, on the S-Works chassis, his second year going into that. Let's bring up some results here. So this was an exciting race. Like I literally was, I don't know, but like during the mains and qualifying, it was exciting in all classes, dude. I was freaking the fuck out. Like freaking out over this.
Qualifying was crazy because
qualifying was awesome.
Yeah. Tyler Jones TQ'd.
What?
TQ'd
I was so shocked. He TQ'd the second round of qualifying from the B sort of buggy.
Yeah.
Like dominated that shit.
Yeah.
I was literally like, if you're gonna pick my jaw off the ground, I was like, like that. And then I remember when we got to the trailer, Lance was like, I told you he was gonna be fast, and I couldn't even say nothing. I was just like,
yeah.
And then Brandon Rose came second in Q3 from as well. And Tyler Jones, who I thought was gonna have the best run, he ended up third overall for that run too.
Yeah.
In Nitro Buggy. So it was like, wow, is Tyler Jones gonna get that second big win? And if that would have happened, oh my god, the sales of Sparker would have been insane, I think, right now.
Yeah.
They're already a bit crazy. But let's go look at qualifying her real quick in IC Buggy. For those of you that don't know what IC means, we'll tell you later. But IC, aka Nitro Buggy. Let's look at race results. Qualifying qual points in Nitro Buggy. So Fend actually took the TQ in this. He had a 0, a 5, and he ended up TQing the last round just barely. Tyler Jones would be second. Ryan Mayfield would be third. Even though Ryan Mayfield didn't have a win, he had a 3 and a 2. Brandon Rose was fourth. Lee Setzer, who was also impressive, who TQ'd E-Buggy overall, dominating guys, was in fifth. Jared Wiggins in sixth. I didn't even realize that. Bornhorst in seventh. Mason Fuller eighth. Spencer Heckert on his new ride in ninth. Camden Lime, Cole Caston, Adam Drake, Ryan Lutz, Joey Burdon. My pick, who I thought was going to do really well, Jonah Wilson was in 15th, and Little Bump was in 16th, and Cole Ogden 17th. There was only 21 pro guys. Caden Fuller, Cade Burnett, David Olson. Cade Burnett actually drove very well too. He drove very well to bump up to the A main in both his bumps. In Pro Ebuggy, Lee Setzer, he took it with a 0 and a 2, followed by Mayfield, Fenn, Rose, Bornhorst, Lutz, Wilson, Little Bump, Joey Burdon, Cole, and Tyler Jones. And in Pro Truggy was Mayfield, who took the TQ of that. Camden Lime, who was fucking fast. Like, geez, I thought he was going to TQ.
I don't know why. And he's done this before in Truggy, too. He's taken big, top fives and big events in Truggy. I don't know what it is, but he's really solid.
He's really good in Truggy. Really good in Truggy. Camden Line, Dakota Fan, Bornhorst. Bornhorst had a solid week qualifying. Cole Ogden, Little Bump, Joey Burdon. Little Bump on that new Kyosho ride as well. Jared Wiggins, Ryan Lutz, Lee Satzer, Adam Drake, Mason Fuller, Jonah Wilson, Heckert, Rose, Caston, Burnett. All right, so let's get down to the nitty gritty of all of this, and let's put up the.
Should we start with Ebuggy?
Yeah, we can start on Ebuggy. Go ahead. You take it as I bring up the video.
You can put the video up. So I think Ebuggy was kind of interesting because in the first main it was the system that race time uses is that you count 1 out of 2 and tiebreaker is time, not combined time, just time, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And what ended up happening was in the first main, Fend won from 3rd on the grid. Mason Fuller came 2nd from 14th on the grid. Okay. And then, Lee Setzer, he started on pole, didn't go that well. Mayfield dropped from 2nd to a 3rd. And then Brandon Rose was 4th in the first one. So right here, it was like, okay, Fenn's got it. He won by almost 10 seconds in the first main. For the second main, it was interesting because it looked like Fenn was going to win it.
Mayfield just came out there and waffle stomped everybody.
Yeah, Mayfield came out the gates for A2, took the lead in the beginning, and started just pulling away. He won.
It was impressive.
He won, and he beat Fenn's A1 time by 3 seconds and beat Fenn in A2 by 6 seconds. It wasn't like, there was carnage or whatever. He just came out, took the lead, ran away with it.
Dude,
pure domination.
He put on such a clinic. So we went out to dinner later on that night. Mayfield came by and he was, he said, yeah, you win some, you lose some. He gives all the props to Brandon. And he said, I wish I would have, he goes, I made some changes to my Ebuggy that I should have done to my Nitro buggy.
Yeah.
Because I was like, dude, you were flying in the Ebuggies. Yep. I wish I would have made those changes to my Nitro buggy. It would have been a different story because my Ebuggy was so good. And if we're watching the Ebuggy start now, there's Lee Setzer in that aqua and yellow. There's Mayfield and Fenn. They kind of pull out. This is A1. But dude, he put on a freaking clinic. But I got to give Lee Setzer his props, right? So I did talk to Lee at Beast of the East, and he says his focus this year is going to be primarily on 8 scale, right? He is kind of like a full pro now. I believe Associated is paying him something. He's getting, his job is to be a professional RC car racer as well as probably work at Adrenaline. So he's going at it full bore. It was very good of him to TQ this. I wanted him to win it. He made some mistakes, but man, I will tell you, anywhere nobody beating Mayfield in that A2. Because, man, he came out there to prove a point. Because I think he'd be a little bit mad at his performance in Nitro Buggy. He made a lot of mistakes. You see him make a mistake there in E-Buggy. But
this is A1, so this is where Mayfield was still a bit struggling.
Yeah. And this track got rough, man. I'll tell you right here, coming onto this Dragon's back here, that was so blown out. I saw people make so many mistakes. And then going on through Nuketown Valley right here. Dude, that's where Brandon Rose was making up so much time. He was able to go through there so fast. Speaking of Rose, there he is right there. But Dakota Fan takes A1 and then Mayfield just utterly dominates, right?
Yeah, I think, now to go into the final results. So because Mayfield won the second, had a win in the second main and also beat Fenn's time, he wins. Fenn comes second with his other win. And Mason Fuller, from 14th on the grid, thanks to his second place in the first main, he finishes on the podium in 3rd. And another driver who came way down the pack, Lil Bump, came from 8th to 3rd in the second main. and put him fourth on the grid, and then Brandon Rose with his fourth in A1 competed with top 5. And yeah, another driver 11th on the grid finished fourth in A2. Tyler Jones 6th overall.
Yep.
And then from there it was Ryan Lutz, Joe Bullhorst, Lee Setz ended up all the way down in 9th at the end. Cole Caston 10th, Jonah Wilson 11th, and then was Joey Bordon still in the A? Yeah, all of these guys were in A. Everyone is A main, right? So yeah, Joey Bordon in 12th, and then Jared Wick in 13th.
Yep.
Eckert, Lime, Fuller, and Burnett were in both.
Do you see Lee making a mistake? Just wanted to give a BNS. So speaking of Ebuggy, just wanted to give a shout out to the top 5 and intermediate Ebuggy. It was Dalton Balboa who was freaking fast. He's from Wisconsin. He made the trip down. My good friend Patricio Rosseter, Wyatt Lawson, Michael Rinke, and Ada Ridgway, a young racer that's coming up. It was very good. He's a good Ebuggy racer as well. And then in Sportsman Ebuggy, we had Orion Green. So this is one of the guys who people were talking about because he's sponsored by Mugen. Josh Fine, who's a longtime TLR guy. Well, he was actually at BCD's. Brandon Campbell, Randall Cart, and Derek Parsley. My buddy Jake Lasko was driving his new Mugen. He came 6th, so that's good. All righty then. Great Ebuggy racing. It was, man. If you listen to my commentary, I was like, I don't know how this. Like, I was just freaking out on this.
Yeah.
They smacked up pretty hard there. All right.
Should we then go to Truggy?
Let's go to Truggy. You start on Truggy, your favorite class in the world, while I bring up the video.
I should roast Truggy. I roasted Truggy already in this podcast, but it's so long ago because we were recording for.
Yeah, this is our second recording session.
Yeah, but yeah, Truggy main. I have to say, the last 5 minutes were a freaking nail biter. My God, we was watching it like after the race happened. I was watching it, and like my girlfriend was next to me. Even she was like pumped to watch it because
really,
yeah, she was like, "Oh shit!" Like because it was such a tight race. Like from the last pit stop, all the way to the finish line. Pretty much, it was a fight because what happened was, Fenn was in the lead, but he was the last driver to pit. So before the pit, Mayfield before Mayfield made his last stop, it seemed like he was solid in for the lead. But then Fenn put out like a few good laps, and then from there on, he came into the pits, came out of the pits right in front of Camden Lime because it was Mayfield who made a mistake. And from there on out, like the last, I'd say 5 minutes, what a battle. Camden Lime took the lead after Fenn's mistake, and that was a nail biter. That was really freaking tight.
Dude, I lost my voice on that. I was just going nuts. Yeah. It was so good. I wanted Camden to win that so bad. And yeah, but Fenn out there won it. And good driving by him, but man, what an epic battle between him and Camden Lime. And oh man, it was so like I was so excited at this race. Like, I don't know, like I'm just shouting into the mic and freaking out and doing all this stuff. I'm sorry, people. I get passionate when I see good racing. I don't care what class it is. So or what rank it is. So well done to Dakota Fenn. It was a good run by him. He did well. But well done to Camden Limon Lime. And did really well out there. Let's bring up some results. Who won that? Actually, let's have a look.
Yeah, so for the Nitro Buggy main.
Yeah, it was Fenn.
Nitro Truggy. Yeah, Fenn and
Lime,
and
Mayfield. Little Bump, another solid top 5 for Little Bump. Hackett.
Yeah.
Hackett doing well. A top 6 for Joe Bornhorst. Mason Fuller in 7th. Ryan Lutz 8th. Cole Caston 9th. Joey Burnett 9th. Brandon Rose 11th. Cole Ogden 12th. Adam Drake, Jonah Wilson, Kate Burnett, Jared Wiggins, and Lee Setz are rounding off your top 7. It was 17 cars, but here we can see there's Mayfield and Camden Lime going out to, I think that's Lime.
Yeah, Lime is in second.
Yeah, it's him and Lutz's paint job. They get like so confusing.
Yeah, it's really easy to confuse.
Trucks were the best for this track because it got really rough out there, and they were able to go through that that dragon's back, no problem. And it was like coming up to that straight. It was a deep carnivorous hole there that would swallow cars up. So, and then I think not this jump, but the next big jump, that hole. This jump coming here caused a lot of people problem. Very easy to do, but you can see right there, it's a big divot going out of there. And then, it was just rough going through that section all the time over on that side. All right. So other race results from Truggy. Let's go through real quick. Intermediate. While I'm going through this, intermediate Nitro Truggy A-Main. Cody Ingram was up there. He won. Dalton Balboa. This was a good race too. Dalton Balboa lost by 0.8 of a second. This was a good race between Cody and Dalton. Wade Piggott, Mike Legee, and then Ryan Daze, Timothy Hobbs, Jake Stolsing, Benny Comarion. Benny Comarion's 10. He did really well. So well done. That was a great battle between Dalton and Cody Ingram. And then in Sportsman Nitro Truck, it was Alex Cummings, Josh Fine, Brad Bowman, Ronald Kimball, and Matt Jones. So well done to those guys as well. And now we're going to go to what all that we care about in this.
The glory.
The glory.
The only class that matters.
No mistake. According to my good buddy who made this, did you see those quotes with my face and this quotes?
Yeah, that was fun.
That was done by the Mullet Prince, LW4, Larry Wright IV. He's a young up-and-coming racer. He's from Wisconsin. I met him at PNB. Great young. He is the king of mullet. He is the prince of mullet. He has this luxurious curly mullet that would make anybody from the 80s extremely jealous. His mentor is Jerry Klingbeil, and him and I become good friends over the last year. But a great young man. And he goes, Lefty, I made these quotes for you. And it was like Nitro's glory. Make no mistake, everybody. You guys, we can talk about Truggy, we can talk about Ebuggy, we can talk about all that stuff. But the most prestigious and glorious title of them all is Pro Nitro Buggy. So, after all this exciting racing, I will tell you something. There was like something in the air, not just dust and nitro smoke, but there was something in the air, like something big was going to happen at this race, right? I could feel it. Now, I don't know. I'm like, what's it going to be? Are we going to see Dakota Fenn, the domination by Dakota Fenn and Ryan Mayfield be obliterated?
Yeah.
Finally, the only person to mess that up has been Ty Tessman, who's now retired.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm like, what is going to happen here? But you can feel it in the air. There was definitely some excitement, but I did not.
I want to just to put this up, but this could kind of like hype up what's going to talk about next. I don't think that anyone has beat. If there has been a race where there has been both Ryan Mayfield and Dakota Fenn in 8 scale, I don't think anyone has won a race where there's been both Dakota Fenn and Ryan Mayfield. Anyone but those two at the race. I don't think anyone else has beat them. I don't really believe so. In Nitro Buggy. So, except for now at SIC.
The only person to beat them.
Yeah, yeah.
You are correct, but nobody else has beat him. And it's been 2.5 years of this.
Yeah.
Right? So, like people were excited. Hold on. I messed up here. People were excited. I was excited. And I'll tell you what. Let's just play the freaking video, right? Because I don't know. Did I think it was going to be Brandon Rose? I did say in the camper that I thought Brandon Rose was going to be good. Let me just fast forward a little bit here. Especially being on, on his new tire deal with J Concepts. There's Mr. Rose right there, Dwayne Rose down there, hitting Brandon. Brandon starting in 3rd. Tyler Jones, we're excited. Tyler Jones is out there TQing rounds and all this type of stuff. So lots of excitement going on right now. Mason Fuller and those guys, to this point, they were just like, kind of like a meh. You know what I mean? On the new cars, we wasn't sure what was going to happen. Anyway, here's the start. of the Pro Nitro Buggy main. You can go to Racetime Entertainment to watch the full main if you want on their live stream, but they break off to this. And then look, we see Fend, Mayfield, and then I think that's Jones right behind them. And there's Lee Setzer actually, and there's Brandon Rose kind of just back. So I start watching this and I'm like, oh no, it's going to happen. We're going to see these guys break away and it's going to be the Fend Mayfield show to the end, right? Because something about Tyler Jones just isn't got me confident at this moment.
Yeah, I think Tyler, he's got it, but he doesn't have like the.
He makes that mistake. He makes that mistake right there. Sorry, in the second lap. Or was that Fend? No, that was Tyler Jones.
That was Jones, yeah. But I think, like you said, like Tyler's fast. He's right up there, but he hasn't really crossed that edge yet. He's back. I think he's back to be considered like he can be a pro again. Because for the past 2 years, we'd be like, yeah, I don't think Jones got it. Like he has to really pull himself up. He's done it now to that level. But the next step, he's still missing it, I think. But yeah, let's continue because now he crashed, and now it's our last remaining three: our TQ, Fend, Ryan Mayfield, who started in third, and then Brandon Rose, who started in fourth. He's now in third. So
all right,
those three.
Right.
Go ahead.
So they're kind of spaced out. Fend's kind of. I'm looking at Fend and I'm thinking, oh no, it's gonna be like that. And I see Mayfield, then I see a glimmer of hope. That green S-Works from Texas, just like in the corner of my eye, and I'm like, this is when I see, and I'm calling this race, and I'm like, oh my goodness, Brandon Rose is coming. He is on the move. These guys are in trouble. Oh, Mayfield makes that mistake, and then Brandon Rose gets up right behind, and I'm like, is it fate? Is it going to happen? This is like 1 minute into the race, and I'm already thinking of glorious things happening there. But this is when I see. So that's not the line because he made a mistake. But let's just watch Brandon Rose as he goes around this track, and I'll show you where he's making up time. So there's Fend. He looks comfortable. They have to go on the inside of that jump because it's a big divot right there. Yeah. So I'm like, all right, what has to happen is Brandon Rose cannot let these guys get away. He needs to latch on to the rear wing of these guys and just hang on behind them and not get them away. Brandon Rose was able to make up so much time through that Dragon's Back and coming up. Did you see that? Did you see how fast he went through that Nuketown Valley? He didn't even check up on the brakes. He just went so close to that pipe and zipped on there. And look at him. Look where he is now because Fend made a mistake. So now Mayfield's on in front of him. And then this is it. This is just like when I am just like going insanely nuts out here, trying to control myself, right? So I couldn't see that. So what you guys are watching on the television is actually what I'm not looking. So for people to know, I really am looking at the track. I am looking at a screen. So I didn't know what happened to Fend. But Danny would tell me in the back, or the cameraman would be like, Fend made a mistake. This is when it was like, all right, I think Fend's done. And I think that it's going to be Mayfield and Rose, right?
Yeah.
But man, I'm Mayfield. There's Fend making another mistake.
Yeah, Fend made like 3 laps in a row. He made a mistake, and he went from having a solid 1 to 2 second lead to being 1 to 2 seconds back from Rose, and he was in third now. So I think Fend kind of, when you start from pole and you get a good start, then the first few minutes is easy because you think, oh, you just run, you just got it. But then when the other guys behind you starts closing in, you realize that, oh, maybe I don't get it. And you just start overdriving. I've had this happen to me many times. And then you have to just take a step back and be like, okay, if I have the speed, I have the speed, and you just need to collect it. But yeah, at this point, it's like, it's crazy because it looks like, oh, Mayfield's in the lead. You know what Mayfield usually does, what's in the lead. But he stumbles, he crashes a bit. And that's when, Brandon Rose, he just takes the lead and runs away with it. I think Mayfield gets by him for a little bit here, but...
Yeah, I think... Okay, so Mayfield makes that mistake in Nuketown Valley. Yeah. And then and that's when Brandon goes by. And this is when I'm freaking out. And then I think Brandon makes a mistake.
Yeah.
We'll follow it to that. But, man... Yeah. Brandon made a mistake there too. Brandon makes this mistake right here.
Yeah, Brandon jumped inside of the pipe on the right hand side, but he was still second. He was still good. And I think all over this beginning, Brandon has looked like he's just going. Like both Mayfield and Fenn, they look to be reserved. They don't really drive fully. Brandon has his line. He's doing his line, and he's like going fast all the time. And I think I don't know if it's this lap or the next lap, but yeah, Ryan makes a mistake at the end of the.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah, but
let me fast forward.
I don't think Brandon ever looks back after that. I think it's Brandon gets really close to Ryan. Ryan kind of checks up, and yeah, it's a lap after this. But yeah, I at this point I was like, okay, Brandon's got a huge lead. You know, I think now is where we have on the video where Ryan crashes. No, it's still more, but okay, this lap.
Yeah, we are like I can't remember which lap it was.
I think it's this one. Yeah, they was making their way. Yeah, they was making their way through back markers. It looked like Ryan made it through. Brandon was right behind him, and then at the end of the straightaway, just clips a bump, flips over, and now it's a big lead. Now it's like 3 seconds at the minimum, even more maybe. And I think at this point, I wasn't watching this live, but I've been watching this afterwards. Like, okay, yeah, this is the point where Brandon doesn't need to look back. And I think at the end of the main, he ends up winning by half a lap. He ends up winning by half a lap over Fenn. Mayfield, you saw all those mistakes he was making before, but he kept making those mistakes all throughout the main, and he dropped all the way down to 4th. And he was again, actually, Mason Fuller coming from 8th to finish on the podium in 3rd.
That was impressive.
That was impressive for both Mason and Brandon. And one of the most interesting factors was the top 5 average of Brandon Rose. So this is the average of the 5 fastest laps that Brandon made in the main is better than any other driver's best lap. So just to tell you, so if you think 45 minutes of a main, each 9 minutes, Brandon made a faster lap than anyone made during the whole main. And even when you look at top 15, only Fenn has a faster best lap than the 15 best laps of Brandon Rose throughout the main. So that's already like every third lap, Brandon Rose made a faster lap than anyone but Dakota Fenn throughout the whole main.
People were so happy. People, the whole stadium was just run up and like clapping for Brandon Rose, dude.
And the thing here is, it's not it's not the performance where everyone else didn't do well. It's not like one of those everyone flamed out and this kind of winning. No, he went out there, he catched them in the beginning, he took the lead, he never looked back, and absolutely smoked the whole freaking field.
He kicked fucking ass and took names.
Yeah. And I think looking at last year and having now, in hindsight, looking at last year, him running HotRace, still making podiums at these race time East Coast events, I think we can safely say that he could have probably made a performance like this last year if he wasn't G Concepts. I think he had it in him. If he had that confidence in a main like this, I think he could have made it last year. And I think this confident of a performance and this dominant of a performance in a main, I'd be a little scared if I was Fenn or Mayfield or even Fuller of what Brandon could be capable of in the following race time events. Because this performance is just insane. I don't know if what we should consider Brandon's performance in DNC West Coast events, but on tracks like this where he can run the J Concept rubber to its full extent, where he has this confidence which he has had already last year. He made a lot of podiums. He's established himself, I think, as one of the top guys in America currently.
Yeah,
and I'll
tell you what, Rose time, that was awesome.
Rose
that
time,
was a great,
yeah,
great tribute to him. when he won this, I was so excited. Everybody was excited. And I went up and I saw his dad, like his dad was coming there. And he's like, guys, well, we finally got one Lefty. I was like, we've been trying to get that for a long time. I said, I know, man, congratulations. And he saw Brandon Rose now. Brandon Rose's dad is big man. He's taller than me. He's a big, solid man. And Brandon saw his dad, put his radio down and just dove right into him and hugged him. And it was such a amazing thing to see. And I was like, oh my goodness, we are going to have a very good season of RC racing at 180.
Yeah. And I think, like, to me, oh yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think, to me, like, what makes me so pumped about this is because I don't think this is a fluke. I don't really think this is like a one-time thing. I think, like, he just made himself like a top competitor with this result. And I think, he's been an underdog in some sense in the RC scene for quite a bit, like he was with the Gamma and then he made it on the S-Works, maybe got better results, he always showed speed, but a lot of times he was like in the B main, just getting bump up to A, maybe he was at the back of the A main and had a flame out or something. But in the, let's say, last year and a half, the step up he's been able to make, we always talk about the plateau. He's gotten over the plateau, and above and beyond.
Yeah, I would say so. Now, did I think he was going to be the first one to do this? I thought Mason Fuller was going to be the first one to do this.
Same.
But I will say this, man, I was so pumped for Brandon. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, Mason first race with S-Works. Never driven the car before, as I understood. And started 14th in Ebuggy, finished third. Started 8th in Nitro Buggy, finished third. It's not like Mason couldn't do this at the next race,
Exactly. And Tyler Jones on the 5th.
Yeah, Tyler Jones too.
Sparkle.
Yeah, TQ's around. Yeah, TQ's around. Finishes 5th. Like starts 2nd.
You know who else had a solid weekend? I have to say, Little Bump had a solid weekend on his new ride.
Yeah. It's crazy when we hype about these guys, but Little Bump had, he had a 4th, and a 7th in Nitro Buggy. And it's not like he lost to, like after Tyler Jones, it was Ryan Lutz and then Fee. Joe Bornhorst in 8th, like Joey Bourdon, Adam Drake, Spencer Hackett, Cola, Kasten, Lee Setcher, Jonah Wilson, Kate Verdant. These guys in the main, but we are going to have an exciting year in America. And I think, we always get these questions like, what's wrong with America? In Europe, there seems to be so many fast young guys. Well, welcome to 2024. There is a ton of the fast guys that are young in America, and it's going to be exciting for them. Even the Worlds this year, like we could be seeing some interesting results, because for Ongaro, you remember 2016, he was still a rather unknown name. He's made the Euros, made twice before that. He comes to the Worlds, fights with Tessman and Robert Batter for a podium. Unfortunately, hits the pit wall, but Ongaro could have made a podium that year, and he was a total unknown, not even close to being a full-time pro at that time. And I think from these Americans, we could see that level of a performance at the Worlds. It's going to be an unknown to everyone, and I think that's what gives them a little bit of an edge, especially someone like Rose, which I feel is like a very, how would I say? He's a very, feeling driver, I think. He's not one of those guys that like meticulously, does.
Well, I think they're going to have a ticker tape parade in Texas for him.
I think so. Yeah, I think so too.
But on a serious note, it was absolutely amazing to, not that I don't think that Ryan Mayfield and Dakota Fan have not deserved their wins, but we keep saying, like you said, when is one of these drivers going to get over that plateau? When is one of these drivers going to get over that plateau? Well, he did it. And next to come is that other guy next to him in that red hoodie, the Iceman, who just celebrated a birthday, by the way. And I'll tell you what, Jones, if he can put in a few more runs like this, he is going to start living up to what we all thought he could be, right? He took that win at P&B. He's been on the struggle bus a little bit, ever since then. And this is probably one of his best performances we've seen in a long time. So congratulations to him. I'm very excited about this upcoming year. I'm excited for PNB. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited for PNB. I'm excited for DNC. But it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
And also, I want to say again that about Tyler Jones. I don't think he's incapable of winning, but I think he's still getting used to actually being this fast, I think. And it's not like any driver wouldn't be. It's perfectly normal, but actually winning a 45-minute main against people that are one of the fastest in the world and don't have the routine for it. It's not easy. So you have to be in that mindset that, hey, I'm fast. I don't have to think if I'm fast, which I would expect him to do after a really, I can say lackluster few years. But I think he's back, and now it's just about building on that feeling. And I think he's gonna be for him and for Sparko, that was like a dream. I think for both, it has worked out so good, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
All right. So another thing I want to bring up about this, Max, is, okay, so S-Works. We see them have success over in Europe last year with JC3. Boots, obviously, having a good year as well. They're European champions. They get their first big Nitro buggy win over in America. I think it's safe to say that if you look back a few years ago, JQ would say that S-Works was a soulless company. Well, I think they have that soul. I think they're doing very well on both sides of the biggest market. And does this win legitimize S-Works in America now?
Oh yeah. I think so.
Okay.
I think JQ wouldn't be wrong if he said S-Works doesn't have a soul 2 years ago, because it didn't. We have to be honest, it really didn't. But they have successfully built the brand one. They have done it, and they have done it successfully. Be it different people involved with the brand, be it the drivers, both in the European and American ends, they have successfully built the brand soul, and I think they've done it well. And Boots won with an S-Works in Silver State. What was it, 4 years ago?
Mm-hmm. All right, so this isn't their second big win in America, but
it's a first big American
win that actually significantly set up in America. That should be.
And I think still, with Barufalo winning at Silver State last year with a Techno, that does, in my opinion, much less for Techno than Mayfield winning at DNC with Techno. Because for American market, it makes more sense that American wins, And I think this is sort of the first success story of the American end of S-Works,
I would agree with that.
The team management is American, the driver is American, the setup, everything is American.
Everything's American.
So it's and obviously it's really good. I don't know what else to say.
Congratulations to S-Works, Max, Tim, Brent, everybody. I know they put in a lot of hard work for this. And a big shout out to Brandon Rose. I'm going to get him on the podcast very shortly. And I know, big win for Texas. Best driver to come out of Texas, period.
Yeah.
Period. And watch him. And I think it's going to be a very formidable year for S-Works in 2024. All right. So I know we've talked about this before. We've babbled on about it before. I know we're talking about doing it with Elite RC Productions, but we are doing a virtual series this year, and we're only doing Nitro. I want to do a whole bunch of classes, but for now, we're just doing Nitro Buggy in both. We got Nitro Buggy Intermediate, Pro, Intermediate, and Sportsman. Top 22. That's it. Like Supercross. Actually, Mike Fuller helped me out with this. He did the points for me. Max, do you have them there that we can pull them up? Let's have a quick look.
The point system?
Yeah. Do you have them where we can at least share them?
Wait, just a sec. I'll bring them up. But you can go through the intermediate results.
All right. So I will go through the intermediate results for this.
Yeah.
So I would say this. So I met this gentleman and his crew at the at the Peach State Classic, and these is Chuck Berg and the guys. They come from not from like the Midwest guys, right? But dude, these guys, they all run the same stuff. They run J Concepts tires, Mugen cars with Drake engines. They're like all good friends of Drake's. These guys' packages are on my like Chuck Berg does 10-minute pit stops every race. He did them at Peach State, he did them at this race, and he kicked ass, man. He and that kid Orion, he is a part of them too. Like their whole crew is legitimate good drivers, like, and their packages are going. So Chuck Berg, he takes the win in intermediate nitro buggy, and 10-minute pit stops, dude. That's what won him this race. Being able to hang back and just wait, and then making it count. Cody Ingram in second was actually Ryan Daze, Mike Legee, Jake Stolsing, Dalton Balboa, who was fast, but unfortunately didn't make it. Mike Legee actually TQ'd this. Emerson Sturgeon. So that's another young man that I met. Very nice young man. He is the son of Alex Sturgeon, who runs the Hobbyplex, Omaha Hobbyplex up there. Very nice young man. First big race has been to. He had a good time. Just a nice young man. Trent Walker and his new Rockstar Hobbies ride, which was a Coyote show. He finished 8th. Jackson Anderson, Donna Elliott, Wyatt Lawson, Aiden Ridgway, Lee Flowers, Chris Morant. Chris Morant was really fast. He just had a very bad race. He didn't even finish. Kyle Nuri, who was also fast, had issues. Garrett Martin and Colin Beaver, young Colin Beaver, didn't even make a start. But Chuck Berg and his crew, check out No Pro RC. That's the name of one of the guys has a YouTube channel. Dude, these guys' package is freaking dialed. They are dialed. But all right, this isn't all fancy. This is just some sheets that we got up. So this is our first race of the year. We're not sure who's going to be doing this. Is it going to be on an NNRC or Elite? But it's a virtual series. And we're going off Supercross points for this. And we're just doing Pro Nitro Buggy, Pro Intermediate Buggy, and Sportsman Nitro Buggy for now. But with that, Brandon Rose takes the lead with 25 points, followed by 26. Dakota Fenn, 26, sorry.
Because he has TQ. Oh, no. 26 is what you get in Supercross. So 26 for the win.
So, yeah, these are 26 points. These are Supercross points. So it's obviously.
Fenn gets the TQ point. That's why he has 23.
Okay, so it's Rose, Fenn, Fuller, Mayfield, Jones, Lutz, your top 5. And that's our first start to our virtual series this year. So only 22 people will join. And obviously, if you want to see the points for intermediate buggy, it's the finishing order of the top 22 of intermediate buggy and the finishing order of sportsman buggy. If you want to see those as well, Max has them up here. So it's obviously going to be Ronald Kimball, Christopher Craig, Jake Lasco, Justin Andres. I know I messed his name up. Jesse Davis, Weston Wilson, father of Jonah Wilson. So I'm hoping that these same people, I know that. So for the intermediate side of things, we're not going to include DNC because it's going to be a different group of people that go out there. But it's going to be for the intermediate and sports side, it's going to be SIC, PMB. We're thinking of possibly doing like North Georgia Shootout because a lot of those same people will go there. Wicked Weekend, AMS, right? Maybe Peach State too. Maybe Fall Brawl if the same people go. But for the pro class, it's going to be SIC, DNC, PMB, Silver State, Nationals, Wicked Weekend, and then probably AMS because we know that they're all probably going to go to those races. So we're following that. Obviously, we're a little bit more geeking out on the pro class of things. And but we want to show some love to the intermediate and sportsman guys as well. You know what, Max? We are done talking about SIC. It was a great event. It was awesome. I had fun. Oh, so I might as well talk about the ICEP thing right now. This is fun.
Yeah, I think, but maybe we talk about it in our new segment, right?
Yeah, we can talk about that too. In our new segment that I have no idea what we're talking about. All right, but we'll talk about it. But how IC and EP triggered the RC Nation is coming up shortly. With that said, we're going to take a quick commercial break. because you know what? I'm headed off to this race, and I hope you guys join me. I am going to the International Buggy Challenge race coming up in Easter of March, and then following that will be the World Cup, the IFMAR World Cup for Ebuggy, which will make it a World Championship in 2025. I hope you guys join me. I'd love to see you there. I am looking forward to going back to Barcelona. Alrighty then. Also a big shout out to Beach RC for their continued support in 2024. Thank you to Brent at Beach RC for all their support. It is a true brick and mortar hobby shop. They do have the 10 scale Dart Nationals this year, and they have their Palmetto Classic coming up as well here shortly, which will be the Dart. There will be the Nationals warm up race. Was watching Wheel and Trigger last night. It was funny. Go check out Wheel and Trigger as well. Give them a like, sub. It's another RC podcast. We promote all podcasts. Also, we have an affiliate link for Beach RC in the written description of this podcast. If you guys can use that, it helps us out a lot. Also, big shout out to my good friend Tony Newland at Clinic RC for all your titanium needs for your RC cars. I see he just released a B7 kit as well, so you can get fully pimped out, anodized, whatever color you want. Also has RaceTech engines and many other products at clinicrc.com. If you do order anything from there, just let them know that Lefty sent you. It will we greatly appreciate that. As well, big shout out to Donovan RC Racing Products for all your charge leads as well. Charge leads, powering leads, all that type of stuff that you need. Check them out at the link is in the written description of this podcast. If you use the promo code Nitros of Glory, you will save 10% off your order. So greatly appreciate all those people coming on board and supporting the podcast. We can't do without you. Excuse me. Can't do without you. And we greatly appreciate it. So up next, upcoming races in the next couple of weeks. Obviously, this weekend we have EOS Round 1, Round 2 at dawn. Big names going to this. Like we said, Joe Bornhorst going to this. Love to see that happening. He's in Austria testing out with the Antonia, her family, Antonia's family. We got Ronnefalk's going. You know, obviously, I was talking to Mika Widmar. His going. All the big guns in 10 scale racing are going. Yeah. Angara is going to be there. I wonder if JC3 is going to be there as well. He did go to.
I don't know. I don't really know if Canas is going, but yeah, for S-Works, they always have a big team with Widmeyer, Neumann, now Bornhorst even going over. And Associated is, B7, first big race in carpet in Europe. And it's going to be the whole team. At least the top guys of the team have gotten the new B7, and it's gonna be interesting to see what Karup, reigning European champion, Joona Haatanen, previous EOS winner, European podium finisher, European champion TQ in tool drive, what he can do, and then obviously the whole brothers. They are.
Pecco's going too.
Pecco is going for Schumacher. He's a top 5 driver, I'd say, at some of the EOS races. Then obviously Orlowski,
competition.
Lee Martin. I think to make the A main at this event, that's already an achievement in itself.
Yeah.
There's going to be like high end 10 scale drivers in the B main for sure.
Is Coelho going?
From what I know, Coelho is not going because he'll be at the Snowbirds.
Oh, that's correct. That's correct. Speaking of that, Snowbirds this weekend, biggest race in ONROAD coming up in Kissimmee, Florida. I was just listening to, if you want to know more about 10 scale and all that type of stuff, you can go listen to, I think it's episode 268 with Track Rats with Hefty and the Mangler. They were geeking out on the 12 scale worlds. They'll be there. I was listening to their podcast. They had Mike Boylan on, who's the founder of this. Did you know that Mike Boylan is actually makes his living? He's a big weatherman, Facebook weatherman. He has millions of subscribers on Facebook and YouTube. And every morning he does hurricane chasing, all this type of stuff.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they call him a drunk donkey. That's what he pissed off. He pissed off like an actual weather, like a TV weather service so bad they called him a drunk donkey. The guy ended up getting fired for that, and he used that as he marketed that. But yeah, he was on there talking about the snowbirds. That's a race I was so tempted to stay in Florida to go to. I would have stayed for the race for Justin race, which happened this past weekend, which was a good race as well. They raised over $9,000 for Justin, who was in a bad accident. So congratulations on that. Lance and those guys were involved in that. I wish I would have stayed at that. That was at Newberry in Florida. Always good to see our RC community coming together to help people out. But I would have loved to stay in for snowbirds. Huge race, oval and on-road and carpet on-road. And that's all right. Coelho's going to be there. HagBerg's going to be there. This is like the race to be. So all these guys went from ETS right over to there. I would have
seen. It's the same place, same venue.
No, for snowbirds.
Oh, for snowbird, yeah.
Yes,
I think Reinhard is going.
Yeah,
to snowbird.
Orlowski ain't going. He's going to stay and do.
Orlowski's going to stay. Yeah. Coelho missed the ETS actually, so I think he was already last weekend there.
Okay. Yeah, I think HagBerg was there. Was he?
Yeah, the whole. I think most of the X-Ray team was already in America.
Okay, you know what? When we get to the podcast, remind me, I have a petition that we have to start for HagBerg. Just remind me about that. All right. Up next, 8 scale wise is the first round of the Asian Buggy Championships, February 8th to 11th, which is going to be held at the Counties RC Club in. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Pukekohe, East New Zealand. I'm super pumped for all the New Zealand drivers. Ryan Lutz is going there. Scotty Yards, the Hill broadcast team will be there. Kyle McBride's going to be there. So it's going to be it's the first race of the Asian Buggy Championships. It's 4 rounds of it. That's coming up.
They're going to, at least last year, they had really good coverage too. So it'll be interesting to follow the race.
They will have a good coverage. I think that same weekend, we have the Montpellier GP, which is one of my favorite races to watch. This is a race I want to go. Like, I want to go call this race because this is one of the biggest races in Europe, and it's always in French, and nobody can understand it, and it needs to be in English. Yeah. I want to be at this race to do commentary next year. It's always a race I wanted to go. First big race. Yeah, okay, Padova's a big race, but this is the first big race. This is like the start of the 8 scale season. I'm looking forward to that. It's always provided some great racing. Pretty much all the top names are going there. That's being held at the Mini Bolide Montpellier, France. We have the FTC race coming up February 23rd to 24th. That's Tony Schumacher's race at the Nitro Compound in Maricopa, Arizona. Humongous track. I already see a lot of the guys from TNR going there, like Rivkin, Mayfield, all those guys are going there to race that. That's coming up February 23rd to 25th, so good luck to them. Then we have the big kahuna, the Dark Nitro Challenge, coming up March 13th to 17th at the Dark in Paris, California. Obviously, that's another huge race. Lots of Europeans go there and be a part of that. Psycho Nitro Blast, April 5th to 7th. Before Psycho Nitro Blast, we have the IBC that's coming up the weekend before that. I will not be at Psycho Nitro Blast. I will be at the 8 scale EP Buggy World Cup, which is happening in Guarda, Portugal. Now, for people that don't know, in order for them to have a world championship, they have to have a World Cup per IFMAR rules. So they're having this. The actual race will be held at the B Buggy Arena in Barcelona next year for the E-Buggy Worlds. So looking forward to that. 2 weeks in Portugal, 2 different destinations. Actually looking for that. It's funny though. My buddy from Sweden, Timo, who I did work underground with in Ecuador, just messaged me. He's like, I have people looking for operators in Portugal. Can you? I said, well, I'm going to be in Portugal for 2 weeks. Well, can you go by the job site? I'm like, nope, can't. That life is done for me. No more Shark Creek work for me. And then obviously we have the Asian Buggy Championships Round 2 coming up in Philippines, April 18th to 21st. We have Silver State coming up in May. We have 10 scale nationals coming up in April. We have Florida RC Championships coming up in April. Right now, my tentative schedule is looking like March and April is going to be busy. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Busy. It's going to be possibly going to Palmetto Classic, Banquet, FRCC Callahan, flying from there to Portugal, 2 weeks in Portugal, coming home for a week, going back to USA a week after. It's going to be busy, but I'm not complaining. I am not complaining. So lots of racing coming up, lots of racing to follow over the next few months. We haven't even included any 10 scale racing in that. So yeah, it should be good. Should be good. All righty, Maxie. Let's get up to our new HotRace Hot Topics Hot Potato. HotRace is one of the biggest tire manufacturers in the world. I just saw that Nicola moved into his new warehouse in Italy, whole new warehouse in Italy. I need to get him on to talk about that as well. Making some big pushes as well. They signed a whole bunch of European guys. Tebow is now their new team manager, which I bet to say Tebow did pretty good. I think he enjoyed being a team manager at SIC. It sounds like he really enjoyed it. I didn't get to talk to him too much. So he's like the new HotRace team manager over in America, which is absolutely good as well. And this topic is something we're going to talk. We're going to say something that we might have found throughout the week. We're going to say a few words about it. And one of the things that I want to talk about, before I get into that, I want to say thank you to Nicola and HotRace for all their support. And we greatly appreciate it as well. And something I wanted to say before I got into this. You know what, Max? Our Christmas show we did, and people want some HotRace tires, and I know people are waiting for those prizes. You know what? If you want a prize, you have a few more days to the end of this week to go listen to the live Christmas show and send me a message with your email, with your address, where you want what you won. You know, Max, I've only had about 5 people respond to that. We gave away all these prizes, and only 5 people responded to that. So people obviously don't want our prizes.
Hey, more for you, man.
Not for me. I'm just gonna save them and give them away another time.
You can do giveaways every week because no one gets the.
I mean, if you won something, go listen to the live Christmas show, which just happened over a month ago now. Tell me shoot me an email at thenonamrcpc@gmail with your address, what you won. It's pretty simple. I've only had about 5 people, and I have been constantly reminding people. So you guys want something, and you don't even want to collect it.
Hey, it's for free.
Yeah, it didn't cost you enough. You won something, and all you got to do is go in there and find out what you won. Anyway. The people that have sent me the messages, I'm gonna this week and next week I'm gonna be working on that, because I kind of am waiting, because I don't want to send a manufacturer, okay, this person like 2 names and then send them 3 names later. I want to send them all the names together. But those who took the time out to go listen to the podcast, let me know what you want and sent me emails. I have not forgot you. And I will say this: if you won something, even if you have sent me an email already, this is what you do. You send me an email at thenonamrcpc@gmail.com with the subject NNRC Christmas Show. Put your name, your address, what you want, and we'll get it out to you.
We need to make a post about it.
I made posts. People don't read. They don't pay attention. All right.
Okay.
So
our new segment. Can I tell you what it's about?
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead, Max.
Okay. I'm excited for this because we had the HotRace Hot Laps, but the issue was, me and Keenan, we are kind of lazy, and all of the times, well, I wouldn't say we're lazy, but let's say we're lazy at coming up with questions. And for HotRace Hot Laps, we need to have like 5 questions each, and it's really hard to come up with questions. So what happened was we didn't really have HotRace Hot Lap segment that often. We just kind of did the ad read and talked about something. So I came up with a new segment. It's called the HotRace Hot Topics, okay? And we have, within these hot topics, we can come up with like sub-segments. But for this podcast, we're going to pilot these 2. From my brain, my ideas. So the topic number 1 is hot potato. And the hot potato is like any like lighthearted topics that have been up in the mouths of people in the RC community, like a hot potato. Then the other segment would be hot and cold. We kind of rate who has been hot lately, who has been cold lately. Very simple. We're going to do this each week, or every time we record for that matter. And yeah. So new segment. Let's hope it plays out well. Because
I know it's a theme.
Hot laps didn't go well for us, dude.
It's hot. I noticed a hot theme here. Okay, hot potato, hot
Yeah,
and cold,
it's
hot race. Got you.
yeah, it's hot race, hot potato, hot and cold. You know, that was my brainstorming. You know,
Okay.
I could be a freaking game show creator or something because I come
You
up
might
with
have a
these
future
like
there. You
bang,
might have a
yeah,
future there. All right.
yeah.
So the first
let's
thing
start.
you triggered many people with this, and I am absolutely loving it. So we're all sitting at dinner after SIC, and Lads goes over to me, he goes, Keenan, what is Max Mort talking about IC and EP? And I just burst out laughing. And then Bobby's there, yeah, what is he talking about? And I'm like, don't worry. When I first heard IC and EP, I didn't know what it meant either. And I said, internal combustion, electric buggy. Electric power, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nitro and e-buggy over here in America. I said, I get that. I understand that. But I said, the way IFMAR says it and the way EFRA says it is IC, internal combustion, off-road, internal combustion track, EP, off-road, EP track. Man, the look of confusion and disgust on these guys' faces, I just laughed. And then I was like, and I swear for the rest of that trip, I just teased Lance. I was like, ICEP. Well, fucking ICEP you. I'll wait till I see that Max Mort. And then it just went, I was like, all right. So then when all the Truggy shit was happening, I was like, I got something even better. IC Truggy. Oh my goodness. People just lost their shit. Hey, this is the queen. This is not king. This is the king's English, people. This is how we properly say things, you know?
Yeah.
Internal combustion buggy and EP buggy, even though I'm never going to say that because nitro buggy and e-buggy sound so much better.
Yeah,
but
I
you
think,
triggered
like,
people. Like people didn't, but I understand it. I didn't know at first. Nick had to tell me what it was. Nick Damon's like, I was like, what the fuck is IC? Internal combustion.
Okay.
Ooh.
Wait till you hear the reason why I came up with that. Okay. I'll tell it now.
You did that to fuck with people.
No. It wasn't even that. It's way more stupid. Okay. So, you know, I think the end of last year, I started to be more active. Obviously, I've been making some small posts here and there on the NNRC Facebook, you know, but it's been quite like rarely. But you know, last year you was traveling so much, you just really didn't have time, and I started making posts on Facebook, and a lot of these posts was like, oh, results of races, what's happening at big races, you know, like mid-race posts. And you know, I've noticed that on Facebook you kind of have to have a headline to your post, and I always struggled because my headlines went to the second row. You know, I was like, you know, Dakota fan TQ's nitro buggy, Dakota fan TQ's electric buggy. E-buggy to me just looks silly. It looks like, oh, what the fuck is e-buggy? Like someone who doesn't know what e-buggy is, like, oh, what the fuck is e-buggy?
Oh my god.
So I wrote electric buggy, but it's just really long. You know, it takes line. The headline doesn't look cool, and I settled for electric buggy and nitro buggy for the end of 2023. But during SIC, I was like, I need to figure this shit out. I want to make it compact so that you can clearly separate that it's a buggy class, but it's E or nitro. But I wanted it to be similar looking, so it's not like nitro buggy and then the other was E buggy. Because to me, it looks just off to each other. And I was like, why not just call it what it really is? Okay, ICEP. And why I picked that in the end was because I was making the headline and I couldn't fit nitro on it without it going to the second row. So I was like, now is the time to pull the trigger, like go back to how it should be. I stamped IC there, and then I saw the comments. I saw the comments straight away, and I was like, I fucking did it. Fucking 10 comments about IC. You know, you always talk about, oh, Max, your posts are so engaging. I was like, I hit the nail on the head this time. And I just kept at it. Every post I made, you know, even though I could have fit like electric in there, I put EP. Because I know people will be like, what the fuck that is? They'll look it up. They'll message you. You know, it's all about that engagement, you know. And also, to be honest, it sounds more professional. You know, like when you say like Like in UK, you know what they call age scale? They call it rallycross. Rallycross. What the fuck? Who's heard of rallycross? That's like dumb, okay? So IC, it's so universal. You can't really, it's IC buggy. You know, there's only one in RC. You know what it is. You don't have to think about it. Rallycross, what the fuck? Nitro buggy, okay, that sounds reasonable. But it doesn't sound that professional, like nitro what? There's only 25% of nitro, and it's not even just nitro, it's nitromethane, you know? So maybe you'd call it like quarter nitromethane buggy. No, that's not even factual anymore. So I want to be factual. So I'm always right, you know, that's my thing. And also I want it to be compact. And that's why the only way to go forward is call them IC or EP. Okay? And why? Because I could fit it better in the headline. So now you know how ridiculous
it was definitely engaging.
Yeah. Now you know how ridiculous the initial reason was, but because the reception was just so great, I wanted to keep doing it.
There you go. Well, you triggered a nation.
Yeah.
All right. Hot and cold. The hot race, hot and cold segment is purely about feelings on the show of the show's host. What's hot this week and what is cold? And you have hot Orlowski and the new guard.
Yeah, I wanted this because, you know, I don't really feel that we have had, you know, when you look at the top fives in America, it's been a while that the half of the top five are like under 25, you know, unless Fend was under 25 a few years ago. But, you know, it's pretty crazy how it, like this year it started. It's like, even in 10 scale, a lot of these new guys are doing really well. In 8 scale, a lot of these new guys are doing well. In on-road, Orlowski is now dominating, and I'd consider him as new guard in on-road. So yeah, I think we're having some sort of a shift in, especially in America, but also in Europe. Like the new guys are kind of taking over. So,
Orlowski's what, 23, 24 maybe?
I think he's a year younger than me, so he'd be 22.
Yeah, but that's just one guy. Who's next over there in Europe? Oh, shit. Oh,
Adam Issei, Pekko Ivanen, you know?
I mean, damn it. Ongaro is 23.
Yeah.
You know, so Carrot, maybe?
Yeah, for 10 scale. We're gonna see next weekend, but I think my statement will be even more true next weekend with the Karup, Joanna, all these guys in 10 scale. Even Bartek Zalewski, you know, he's a young driver, really good.
From Poland.
You know? So
all right. Cold. The old guard. You really think they're going cold? Wow, Max.
I think so. Like I made this post that the Mayfield's dominating, and then someone roasted Patrick because Patrick said at one he
said at AMS he has not been able to live it along.
Yeah, Mayfield said, Patrick
said that Mayfield is getting older and he's not, and these young guys are coming, and man, the chat roasted him. He got in trouble for that.
He's still getting roasted for it. So I made that post about Mayfield's dominating, and yeah, but I think for sure, like someone like Mark Reinhardt, I can't remember the last time he got a big win in touring. You know, like big win talking about against both Coelho and Orlowski and these guys, even Ronald Welker. So I think, and also in 8 scale, you see like in Europe, like Robert for sure, he has in the recent, like let's say 3 years, like he's dropped. Savoya, he's kind of out of it. Like if you think about, even like Ronnefalk had a rough year last year. So like all of the new guys are the ones who are at the top. Okay, Boots is the only one who's kind of resurrected himself in the past year or so. But I feel like Mayfield is kind of the only one who's really hanging in there.
Dude, he drove that freaking Ebuggy at SIC. He drove. You can see he was just like, all right, you guys thought, all right, I'm going to show you. I'm still the Mayfield. He was kicking ass. All right. The old guard. You say that, but then guys like Lutz out there are still having great years. Yeah, great.
Okay, I forgot about Lutz, but yeah, Lutz and Mayfield probably the. You know, Tessman's retired. Cavalieri's hanging on by a string.
I want to get Tessman on the podcast. You know what you got? We need you guys to message Tessman and say you need to go on the No Name RC podcast. I'm going to message him today. All right.
Do you have other hot circles? Oh, hot. Schumacher Touring. They are looking hot. 3 cars in the main, winning races all the time. Current world champion in 12 scale. Let's see how the EOS goes, but yeah, Schumacher is looking hot right now.
Yeah, I would say so. I say what's looking hot right now. You may not agree with me. Is stock racing in America right now? Stock 10 scale racing is very exciting to me right now.
I think, I agree. You know, like year ago, I would have been like stock. Okay, I say 2 years ago, I would be like, just stop. Stock is silly. You should not race it. A year ago, I would say stock has its place, but I don't feel it's doing its job properly right now. And now I see that I think the culture in RC has shifted where people consider stock, or I would like to start calling it spec. So people consider spec classes as 100% competitive classes. It's not like a rookie class anymore. It's not a beginner class. It's a stepping stone to being a professional driver in mod. And I
wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that because it's a whole class into its own, and you can be a professional stock driver.
Okay, I can buy that, but I
have no interest in going to mod. They just want to be stock drivers because there's money involved in it.
For sure, but I would still consider, Christian Gregg from Supercross. He's raced 250 for his whole career, basically.
Like Davalos?
Like Davalos. He raced 250 for his whole career. And I think stock drivers that should exist, and they are going to exist, and they exist right now. But if we get a driver that's like, who do we say? If we get another like Brock Champlin or like Ryan Mayfielder, that level driver, no way they're gonna stay in stock. Their manufacturers gonna say, "Hey, you're so good, you're gonna go to mod."
I agree there.
And I think that's exactly what we want. We have effectively created the 250, 450 of motocross into RC, and I think how spec classes are in America currently is absolutely perfect. And I think now, actually, what we should do is start implementing the things that are implemented in spec. So like blinky, and then you have a regulated engine size or motor size, motor turn amount rather. I think that should be implemented into mod too. And that's already done in pan cars in Europe. And I think it's made the mod more enjoyable for those people, because we saw at the Worlds, like if you crash with that 3.5 turn mod car, that's over for you, in at the pan car World. So I think the future of mod is a regulated turn size with blinky or some regulated timing or something. I think that's going to be the future of mod. And I think spec as it is now, 17.5, considering the improvement in engine technology or motor technology, is probably going to be good. But I still think 13.5 could be a better option. Okay. But I'm now, okay, I'm going to say this because in Finland we had, I think, bigger attendance in spec than we had in mod at the last big of the indoor series we have. If I went to racing 10th scale, I would consider spec a possible option for me. Okay. And I think it's a serious race class, and it's great that it is. And I have to say, okay, this is like, you don't want me talking, but I bet in the next 10 seconds you're going to be appreciating what I'm going to say. I was wrong about stock.
Well, that's like the second time you've admitted you're wrong.
Yeah.
In this podcast. It's a great day. You know what else is hot? These Call RC, No Name RC podcast magnetic mats that I have in, and you can buy these in all sizes as well at Call RC. I have links for that. Thank you to Heath and Call RC for sending me a big package of these. Some people want this who haven't claimed them. You know what else is hot? These new NNRC shirts that we got made. They have the NNRC logo here. Dirt Slingers made them. You can pick them up. We will be shipping them out, but if when we're at races come up, and we have black and white, and we will be getting some more, and we are working on the Ebuggy Pays the Bills logo. And I have a cold subject that we're going to touch on real quick, and then we're going to move on to our rant. I'll tell you what's cold right now. RC drag racing.
Oh yeah. Oh
It
yeah.
has
That's a
now.
good one. That's a
It's
good
still
one.
going on, but I think all those big money races and all that stuff is dying down. They just had a big race in Florida, but all the hype around. If you talk to the guys that were hardcore into drag racing,
Yeah.
the hype is dying on. It's dying.
Yeah,
RC drag racing is dying.
Yeah, all that, like I saw still like a year ago, people like, oh, like 1,500 for a car that can do
3,000 for a car that can do
3,000?
sub 2 second cars.
So there was all these builders who like sent cars to people, and then the people hoped that they could like win one of these big money races. But luckily, that whole pyramid scheme has gone away. So
he calls it a pyramid scheme.
Well, it is at the end of the day.
I think they just went away from the whole core of it, looking realistic.
Yeah.
Everybody running the same bodies, too expensive. Now, from what I'm told, is that like a lot of the spec racing is pretty good. It's still going on, but you're not seeing these big super money races and everybody trying to do it now.
And I think it always was a bubble. But I think now we're getting to the level where it should be. It's still like, it's not like drag racing's dead. It's still alive and well, but I think the bubble has finally, and luckily for the long-term continuity of the class, it has bursted. So, and I have drag racing cars, and I'm building actually one to race with my dad, drink some beers, and race down the street with them.
And your imaginary brother Rex.
Yeah, he's real, and he's actually going to school. He's trying to get a job, and he's doing well.
In the imaginary world,
he's into coding. He's probably better at coding than me.
You admitted someone's better at something than you. Wow, it is a great day. All right, let's get on to our JQ Racing Rant and our conclusion.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
All righty, so this is the JQ Racing Rant. JQ Racing doesn't exist anymore, so neither does this rant. So we're done.
We're not rant.
Yeah, I do have a rant because this was a subject when I was putting up my post, triggering people, or just not triggering, getting people to think. And one of the posts was about Truggy breeds bad habits. Thank you, the Prince of Mullets, LW4, for these quotes. And that started a whole discussion underneath there. And one of the discussions was people like, well, driving 2-wheel drive 10 scale off-road makes you a better racer altogether, better nitro racer. I think at one point that was true. I don't think it is true now. No, I am not saying that driving 10 scale 2-wheel drive isn't hard, isn't a skill, or makes you a better. I think it makes you a better racer in lots of classes, period. But not so much in nitro. And one of the guys actually agreed with me, Colton Cruz, who was at Beasties. He agreed with me and said, I have been running, he goes, nitro buggy is a whole, the way you drive a nitro car, the way you race it, everything is a whole different animal from anything else in RC. Now, this comes from my whole rant about how many guys I see that show me the nitro Truggy. We talked about this earlier, how nitro Truggy makes you I think it makes you a worse overall driver, because if you're nitro buggy, if you're in a C main and nitro buggy and the A main and nitro Truggy, you need to run nitro buggy more. You'll be a better all over rider. But does 2-wheel drive translate to that? And my question to people is, how many of these 2-wheel drive early guys are coming over? Now you can say Mayfield and Fenn and all these guys, but that's a different era of 2-wheel drive. That's a whole different era, right? That's when people were racing 2-wheel drive outdoor and rough tracks with loam and stuff like that. How many of these current 2-wheel drive early guys, these stock guys we're talking about, could come and make an A final at DNC in March? None of them. Not one of them. But we did have Ongaro, who races 0-10 scale. Right? Okay, mind you, it was 4-wheel drive. It was 4-wheel drive. I think he won. Obviously, he won dominated in 4-wheel drive at the World Championships on a surface he's never driven on, a surface that is strictly an American only surface. Dominates 4-wheel drive, and I think he finished 6th in two-wheel drive.
I think it was in top 5.
He might have been top 5. I can't remember. Somebody
was
will
like
correct.
4th or 5th or something.
He shouldn't have, and he probably, I was just making the A final was good enough. But here's a guy who's strictly 8 scale, barely races 10 scale, and comes over and is dominant.
Yeah.
So I don't feel that two-wheel drive nowadays makes you a better driver in 8 scale nitro because it and a lot of these guys that run two-wheel drive, they're pretty good Ebuggy drivers, but they have that power, the instant power, all that type of stuff. They don't have, they got to do nitro buggy racing is something, a complete different animal. It's different from Truggy racing. It's completely different from Ebuggy racing. It's completely different from 10 scale racing, in my opinion. You have power band. You have to carry more speed through corners. You know, in Ebuggy, you can tiptoe through that corner and then blip the throttle and you can go over that jump. In Truggy, you can barrel right through those bumps and carry enough speed to go over there. But in Nitro Buggy, you got to figure out how to make that car go through those bumps, around those bumps, and then still have enough speed to pop over that jump. And that is a very unique driving skill that you cannot find in any other class, in my opinion. So I don't think that two-wheel drive nowadays makes you a better. I think it makes you a more, I think it could be a detriment. It can make you even more cautious. Like where you're gonna, you know, because two-wheel drive is a especially niche class. But nowadays it's mostly on high traction. It's either on carpet or whatchamacallit. I don't know if I use this example, but let's use my example. For instance, I ran 21.5 on carpet at the Carpet Champs. Instant traction, was able to do well. It was, you know, I had fun. Fast forward, go to full roll like a week later, I couldn't even do a freaking lap on that ice skatey track with stupid big jumps way over there in the corner that I could barely see. My eyes couldn't adjust. I was like, oh my God, what's going on? Have I never driven an 8 scale car in my life? That's how I felt. Thank you, Kevin Winters, for getting that on camera. So I just don't think that two-wheel drive makes a big difference anymore. And I beg anybody out there to argue with me on that point, because I will stand on that rock and die on that hill that it doesn't. What do you think, Max?
I think probably the easiest class to run is two-wheel drive on carpet, to be honest. I think two-wheel drive on carpet is probably the easiest to drive because it doesn't grip roll. It's very calm, doesn't have like fast movements, not nervous.
Oh, it is nervous, but you have traction. You have traction for this.
Not like compared to like full drive on carpet, which is really difficult, to be honest. But there's a but here. I think still two-wheel drive on a slippery surface is the most difficult class.
Oh, I could agree there. I could agree there. Slippery, rough surface, yes.
Yeah.
But we rarely have that nowadays. As Max has a cough. Most of the things, like you're running slicks on these. No, I'm not saying that these tracks aren't slippery. You still have to learn that. But I think it's a whole different skill from running a nitro buggy. And I think nitro buggy guys are able, good nitro buggy guys are able to transition over to 10 scale. 10 scale and on-road, very easy.
Yeah.
Because of all the stuff they have to go through. That's just my thoughts. It was an argument. It was a debate on Facebook. Let us know what you guys think out there. Do you think that, I'll use it for example, what current two-wheel drive early 10 scale early guys could come over and be dominant in 10 scale, in 8 scale right away. And then we have guys like Ongaro who barely raced 10 scale, who's a world champion now.
Yeah, I think, but the thing is, before it wasn't like that. Before it was exact opposite. A lot of guys gave from 10 scale and was really good in 8 scale. But I think the carpet and, you know, the Astro, it's such a different world. It doesn't really, it makes you really good to like repeat, but it's not really, as a driving technique, it doesn't really breed good driving techniques, I think. So I think you're partly right, but I would still call two-wheel drive the best class for beginners to learn how to drive.
Yes, I would agree there too. It's definitely something. If you can do two-wheel drive, you're going to be a good all-around driver. But I think if you want to get better at nitro buggy, you run nitro buggy. I think nitro buggy will make you a better all-around 8 scale driver, period. So that's my argument. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. That's our rant. It's nothing too big about that this week. This is a topic that we saw. We've been rambling on about RC and racing and Truggies and sponsorship and all that. Razzmatazz for the last 3 hours. Max, I think that's it for our podcast. We still have questions from like a month ago that we have to answer. We are getting back to our regularly scheduled, like having a guest and all that type of stuff and answering your questions. You know what I want to do, Max? I want us to do a live show. We need to do like a Lefty Max off the record. The only issue is it's your freaking 7 hours in front of me.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, but I think people would like, maybe we do a live show. The thing is, we'd have to do a live show in the afternoon. We wouldn't get a lot of, we would get a few American guys, but we have to do it late at night, and it's too late for you.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe someday I can plan, like, I stay up late and we do it.
Well, I know there's a big push to get you to come over to America for a race.
Yeah.
So if we do that, but I think maybe we'll just do an afternoon live session one day. Maybe we'll just do it next week. I think we should just shut up and do it. We're gonna, you know what? Next week, Max and I are gonna do a live session. We're gonna ask questions, prove the professor of everything wrong, and let's have a chat about RC. I know I'm gonna be doing a Lefty off the record, maybe this week or maybe early next week. We'll see. But we're gonna thank everybody. Congratulations once again to Brandon Rose on his big win at SIC. Good luck to everybody at EOS and Snowbirds this weekend. And also at the Florida RC Championships round 1 of their 10 scale program. And I just want to say a big shout out again to everybody that came out to the Race for Justin event this past weekend at Newberry. They're in Florida. Over $9,000 raised for his medical bills and all that stuff. So it's always good to see our RC community come out. Thank you everybody for the support and love that I got over the last 3 weeks and these trips and period. I can't do any of this without you. I greatly appreciate all of that. Your support means a lot. Thank you to the patrons and YouTube members of the podcast. If you guys wish to become a YouTube member or patron and help support this podcast financially extra a little bit, links for that in the written description of this podcast. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you to all the sponsors and companies that advertise on this podcast. We have a few more spots left. Remember, everybody, you can support the podcast by go into some of these companies. We have affiliate links. We have coupon codes that can save you some money. We have some links that have nothing. Just let them know that you heard about it on the No Name RC podcast. They are Invisible Speed. Don't forget books of shipping. High Tech RC, Corsatec USA, Sidewinder Fuel, Mayako, Beach RC, Techno RC, Clinic RC, Stacked RC, RaceCraft USA, Call RC, Elite RC Productions, Florida RC Championships. Shout out to House of RC, RCGP, and shout out to our drivers. They are David Ronnefalk, Robert Battier, Alexander HagBerg, Maddie G, Pecco Ivanen, and yeah, man, everybody. Oh, don't forget RC Box Club as well. We are affiliated with them. Check them out. Go check them out if you want to. Let them know you heard about it on the No Name RC podcast, as well as Donovan RC. You can save some money on any products you buy from there, and of course RC Body Armor as well. Let them know you heard about them. Oh, on the No Name RC podcast. Max, it was good catching up with you. I guess we'll see each other early next week to record some more. We have a lot of questions to answer. I'm hoping that we're going to have an RC legend on next week. Let's just say his initials are J and J. And, you know, I'll be recording with him this week. It's been a blast reconnecting with you, Max. It was a blast hanging out with everybody at these races. I look forward to seeing you all in March. Remember, Nitro's the glory. Ebuggy pays the bill. Max is here to say goodbye in person because he has a power cord now.
I got the power cord. Had to order it from China, but finally got it.
He got it. So now we get to see Max the entire time. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Don't forget to hit that like, sub, notification button, share button. Help us get to 5,000 subs. Help us get to 10,000 followers on Instagram. And help us get to 20,000 followers on TikTok. We greatly appreciate all you guys' support. Lefty and Max, we're out. We'll see you next week. Hope you enjoyed this. We are done as soon as I find this damn outro. There it is.